And happy Friday! It's Friday! Welcome to the WAN show. We've got a great show lined up for you guys today. Microsoft admits that every Windows 11 install has a secret, unique ID for tracking. Not only that, but they use it, and so does law enforcement. It might be time to switch to Linux, like now, like today. Go start your download and then let it come down while you watch the rest of the show. We'll also be talking about the class action that's hitting YouTube over false advertising around YouTube Premium. They are alleging that Google advertises it as having no interruptions, and yet, right now, here on the WAN show, right now, you could have Premium and hear me tell you about our high-quality true-spec cables available now at LTTStore.com. That's right, we've got almost all lengths and connector ends in stock, and there's not a darn thing that YouTube can do to prevent me from telling you about it. What else we got going on this week, Mr. Lafreniere?
We got a topic I'm really confused
You had the
about.
whole time that I was talking to find to. Did I pick yours again?
Yeah, one of them. Proton 11 is here. That's exciting, considering we're talking about how you might want to switch over. That's, a pretty important thing for a lot of people in this audience.
A lot of gamers.
And 75% of all PlayStation 3 games are now playable on PC.
That's a pretty big deal in the emulation space.
Yeah.
The show is brought to you today by Vessi, OpManager Nexus, Cape, and Wispr Flow, alongside our usual wrap partner dbrand, our laptop partner Razer, and our chair partner also Razer. Let's jump right into our headline topic, which is, of course, Microsoft admitting to the existence of a secret global device identifier, or GDID, that was revealed after U.S. prosecutors unsealed a federal complaint regarding alleged hacker Peter Stokes, who was wanted in connection with the 2025 breach of a U.S. luxury jewelry retailer. According to the complaint, Microsoft provided the FBI with a way to trace Stokes' Windows PC across VPNs and proxy servers through 3 countries. This is fucking crazy. Seriously, guys, I'm not being all hyperbolic here. I'm not being all like conspiracy theory. Where's my tinfoil hat? Keep the radio waves out of my brain. This is a serious problem. A Microsoft representative explained GDID in the complaint as, this is a quote, a persistent device-level identifier that is designed to uniquely identify an installation of Windows operating system on a device, either a physical device, e.g. mobile phone or laptop, or virtual machine across certain Microsoft services and scenarios. End of quote. According to the story posted by Windows Latest, Microsoft uses it to manage software licensing and Windows Store apps. But because it links all your online activities on that computer back to one single identity, law enforcement can use it to track a device's true owner across the internet. Now, reinstalling Windows does generate a new global device identifier, so it doesn't stay with you forever. But because all of this is being fed back to Microsoft, the second that you sign in to another account that you were signed into on the old machine, it's linked. And they would be able to resolve both of those GDIDs to one individual person.
Is this like a huge GDPR problem?
I'm not sure. Hold on.
Feels like
not quite done yet. The story states that when investigators hit a dead end tracing IPs to VPN providers, Microsoft themselves provided the FBI with records showing what Stokes' device was doing. The Windows latest story has some suggestions on how you might maintain your privacy, and there's a full reverse engineering analysis from GitHub user Sometimes Wonder if you really want to get into the weeds. So Dan, if you could throw that link into the chat for all the wonderful folks who are watching today. And now it's time for us to discuss. Like, look, I am not a ne'er-do-well. In general, I have taken a pretty loose approach to the trackability of my devices. I'm a public figure. I mean, it just kind of comes with the territory. This is different because it was not disclosed at any time, and there was no implicit tracking. Like in the modern age, if I sign into a web service using a credit card or using an email that I use across various services, there's at least as a technical user, there's some level of understanding that there's some tracking here. You know, if I'm doing anything on a cellular phone, right, where I know that my location can be triangulated from the towers that I'm nearest, and that's the best case scenario, right? Then I get that. Here we're talking about devices that don't have a cellular radio. We're talking about devices that, you know, that don't need any reason to keep track of where I am and what I'm doing. That inherently, like I assume that if I'm not enabling something like Windows Recall, that what I'm doing on my device is actually not visible to my operating system. And guys, maybe I'm overreacting. That's possible, but I don't know, Luke. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't really think so either. I'm quite on the train of just pushing more to Linux. I do think it's not going to be perfect for every scenario. You know, if you're doing video editing stuff, it's still really rough. But there is an option where you can, you know, work, if you need to do something like video editing, you could work in Windows just for that and then jump off the second you do basically anything else, and you end up using a dual booting scenario as like your Windows portion is an appliance, which is interesting because years ago it would have been seen as kind of the other way around. Maybe you use the Linux portion as an appliance. But now, yeah, if you have something like video editing, which really isn't, in my opinion, solved on Linux yet, there are some ways to make it work. But it's still kind of funky. There's also things outside of just video editing, you know, right? Like certain games might not be super compatible or whatever.
Sure, but professional applications.
Yep. Do that thing, whatever that thing is, and then you can jump back and go back to Linux. I am astronomically more comfortable on Linux right now, which is really weird to me. It's also weird how fast that happened, but it feels very true. I also wanted to point out on the subreddit right now, and let me just throw this in the doc. I didn't actually think it was going to end up being applicable on the show today, and then it was like immediately. But I posted it in the discussion questions here. There's a community member, Gillesduif.
Gillesduif.
Sorry,
is my best guess.
Sure, let's go with that. I am building a tool to fix the, in quotes, LTT Linux challenge pain points, which they're identifying as a zero hassle migration from Windows. Super interesting. There's some other tools like this as well. There's, you know, I'm assuming we're going to keep making some amount of Linux content, and I think that's going to be including trying to make it easier and easier for people to move over and have a successful migration. So I don't know, take a look at this. I haven't spent a ton of time looking it up, but open source. And
what it actually does right now,
solution.
Data and profile migration, so copies your files and maps them directly over to your new home directories. Browser migration automatically carries over your browser profile, so when you boot into Linux for the first time, your tabs and active website sessions open up right where you left them on Windows. System configuration sync. Okay, this is pretty cool because this is something where not only is not everything the same, but the place to go find and change it might be a little bit different. So it grabs your current Windows keyboard layouts and localized Wi-Fi configurations, so you don't have to input passwords or settings during setup, and no USB drive required. So it should install natively without forcing the user to flash a bootable thumb drive or change physical boot priorities in the BIOS.
He seems to have a bunch of distro options as well. Like, this is a pretty cool project. And one thing I noticed is just that Linux is moving really fast right now. So if there's a problem, if there's a reason why you can't use it, I wouldn't write it off long term. Just wait a little bit. Like, even we've pointed out during the challenge that the changes from the first time we did the Linux challenge and the most recent time we did the Linux challenge were just completely night and day.
Yeah.
And then literally since we started the most recent one to now, there has been dramatic change. A topic for later on in the show is Proton 11. Someone's working on this right now. Like, it's a very, very lively space. So if you have some form of issue, maybe it gets solved or improved at least soon. Literally, my install of Cache has improved since I installed it. Like, it's so cool.
In my dailying Steam Machine video, I make a very strong appeal to someone to fix the middle click auto scrolling issue that you and I have, Luke.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's one of those things where I found plenty of Linux people who were, doing that classic thing where they tell you don't actually want that. Paste is better. You want middle click to be paste text. And it's like, no, actually, I definitely do not prefer that. And I do want it to be auto scroll. And I lay out kind of the ergonomic reason for it. Like, it will be within just a couple weeks of dailying SteamOS, some of my old RSI pain and tightness started to come back from having to use the scroll wheel so much. And I had to kind of remind myself, don't do that. Move the mouse, go find the stupid little thing and drag the page back up. Like, I'm someone who reads at my computer a lot, and it's just plain better. Auto scroll is just better. And for me, when I read a lot, it's way more useful than middle click being paste text. Especially when my left hand is usually on my keyboard in the left home row position anyway, where I can just as easily click ctrl+v. And so hopefully an enterprising Linux person will help us out. Bookhorse, yes, it is a browser setting in Firefox, but not in every browser. And it's a little bit clunky.
It's a little clunky.
Yeah.
It is not the same.
Yeah.
I ran into the same advice. It's better than not having it, in my opinion, but it is not the same.
Yeah. So we need to get it. Why? Why settle for worse? That's...
Well, no, I mean, I can understand someone who might prefer the other way.
No, I just mean the clunky current solution.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I appreciate that there are opinionated portions of Linux, but I also think at its core, Linux is a customizable, option-heavy thing. And I think it would be great if there was the option for either one. I want the people who like pasting that way to be able to keep pasting that way.
Of course they should.
Like to be able to use the scroll wheel the way that I want to use the scroll wheel. I want both to be, why not both?
And that's always the funny thing to me. I don't encounter it as much with Linux people. It's if I had to pick a community to kind of put that stereotype on more than any other, it would be the Apple community, where you kind of say, "Hey, I'd really love it to work this way," and they say, "Well, you shouldn't." And I go, "Well, yeah, but I do though." And they go, "Well, I like it working the way it does." And I go, "Good, then it should keep working the way it does, and also it should work the way that I'd like it to work." These are not mutually exclusive. But it's something that I don't know. Some people really seem to struggle with. One thing I will say is that when I was dinking around in the terminal a bunch, trying to get Odysseus working, PewDiePie's thing, I ended up using middle click to paste a lot, and I was like, okay, I get it, but that was a weird situation where I wasn't really at a desk. I was at I was on a test bench, and my keyboard was way over there because I had the 5090 with the weird power modification that I was fixing the soldering job on in the middle of the desk. So my keyboard was not super convenient, and I was using a bunch of AI assistants to help set up to help with Linux terminal commands and stuff, because no, I don't want to go do a 6-month course on Linuxing in order to, set up this program that I just want to use. So it was a bit of an unusual situation, but it was enough for me to see the utility of it. I could definitely see it.
I do think terminal heavy users are probably where a lot of that is coming from. The people who like the scroll wheel paste.
Definitely.
And I get it for that use case. Again, it's just kind of like I could actually see myself getting used to it during certain workflows and potentially wanting to switch back and forth. Because again, I like doing what you do when I'm reading something really long or trying to load a ton of comments or do whatever, which is a very common thing for me in a browser. I like to just middle click, scroll down.
Or when you're done reading and you want to go back up to the top and get to the navigation.
Whip right back up.
Just
zoop. I like that scroll wheel stuff. So yeah. But there are times where like I've been like, oh, okay, I think I get it with liking scroll wheel paste because of needing to jump back and forth between a bunch of terminals. So yeah, I mean, if in my perfect world, I would have some funky keybind where I could switch between the two.
Hey, XFin724 brings up something that was actually driving me kind of nuts, and I could go look it up, but hey, why don't we have it as a live conversation on WAN Show? What's up with Ctrl+v in the terminal on Linux, adding extra crap to the beginning and end of what I copied? Can someone explain that to me? Because if you right-click paste, it's fine. Or if you middle-click, then it's fine. But if you Control-V, then there's just a bunch of like bullshit in it. And I don't understand that. Does anybody know?
It's it's not paste. I remember looking it up at one point in time but it's like extremely
you have to Control-Shift-V. No, I don't want to because that's another key. Why would I do that? Okay, no, someone explain it to me in a way that like it like has a purpose, adding extra crap to the thing that I'm pasting, because it does paste the
Control-C
thing.
and Control-V were assigned to system functions like stopping active programs long before graphic windows and clipboards existed. So it's old stuff that has carried forward.
Yeah, when
I've been true about terminal stuff for like a long. I remember looking this up like years ago. Yeah,
like when I'm trying to exit a program running on Windows, it's Control-C to like stop the running execution.
Yeah.
This
is not a Linux unique thing.
Yeah.
It's just command lines.
It's older than copy and paste.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
It gets to win.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I remember, like, I think I looked this up when I was in, like, university. I'm not talking, like, a couple of years ago. I'm like, a long time ago.
So why does it put 200 whatever tilde some crap and then tilde? Like, what function did that serve?
That I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest.
And if it doesn't serve a function, then could it just not? I feel like that's the kind of thing that there's got to be there's got to be a way I could make Linus Linux, and that could be like the one thing I change. That'd be like my fork of like Mint. It would just change that. Control-V would just work in the terminal, and then it would be fine.
It could be a box in the settings that you got to pick.
Yeah.
Mac OS users are just freaking out for me even suggesting that.
Sorry, guys.
I can hear them screaming.
Oh, that's amazing.
What the heck is an option?
No!
Anyways, should we talk about another topic?
Yeah, sure. You want to pick one?
Yeah, I want to keep it kind of on topic a bit, though, because I want to jump to Proton
on topic
11
WAN show.
here.
Who are you, and what have you done with the WAN show?
I've been around San Francisco for too long. I want to talk about AI.
Oh no! They got him! They got him! Look how they massacred my boy!
It is, dude. You know what? Okay, we'll take a quick aside before we go into there. We're back to the normal WAN show.
We're back.
I'm back, baby. It is so weird being here, man. Oh, you drive around for a little bit, and all the billboards are like, "This is the AI to rule all the AI. Use this for your CI/CD development pipeline." Like, it's where am I?
Even
San
the
Francisco
airport,
is always
dude.
like an alien space.
You walk through the airport, and it's like advertisements for like hosting stuff, and like
like there was a DigitalOcean billboard.
Yeah,
Like
billboards.
Oh, man.
It's sure thing, man.
Like there's probably a tiny amount of people in BC at all that even know what DigitalOcean is. Like oh man, it's very interesting being here. It's very like you are palpably in nerdland.
Oh yeah, brother.
Which is kind of cool, but it's a weird space. And then you're driving around and you see like just Adobe building, Oracle building, Nvidia building. I remember the first time, like years ago, the first time you and I were down here, I remember seeing the Zynga building and being like, what? Like the Facebook game company? Really? I guess they would have a headquarters somewhere.
Yep.
Why not here, I guess? Sure. Anyways, okay, back on topic. Proton 11.
Yeah.
Valve has released Proton 11, expanding some game compatibility, which is awesome, with certain titles including Universe Generator, The Golden Sword, DCS World Steam Edition. That will get some more nerds over to Linux for sure. Resident Evil 2, Dino Crisis 2, From Dust, Metal Gear Survive, Warhammer Vermintide 2, Gothic 1 Classic, and X-Plane 12. What's a bigger deal is it includes an integration to FEX, F-E-X, I'm not sure, 2605 for ARM64 EC. Oh, that's cool. As well as several core dependencies. I'm going to call it FEX. FEX is the compatibility layer responsible for the ability to play x86 games on ARM, like we talked about in our initial Steam Frame coverage. That is exciting.
So I'm going to say this because I don't know anything yet, but I hope that this means Steam Frame is coming really soon.
I didn't see this necessarily as a time frame thing, but that makes sense.
Well, they recently started updating some games with a Works on Frame badge. Okay. Proton 11 is here with a FEX update.
There's a new Steam VR UI update.
Yep. So things are firing. Like every week there's a new prerequisite for the Steam Frame launch that seems to kind of land, and it's all kind of working its way up to a lot of the initial Steam Machine stuff seems to be mostly resolved. Like they've got that red bar thing that's getting patched really shortly. The dust is settling on Steam Machine, and it looks like we're gearing up for Steam Frame. I am legit so excited for this thing. Once I actually know anything, then I'll have to clam up. But I don't have a shipping date. I don't have an availability date. People keep asking me, dude, it's crazy how much hype there is about Steam Frame. I literally Googled Steam Frame release date rumor. I'm gonna see if I can find this again. Frame coming in July. Is this the one? Hold on. No, this doesn't seem to be the one. But I came across a discussion on Reddit where something was pretty strongly upvoted that it must be coming pretty soon because Linus had marks on his face in a video that seemed to be indicative of that he was wearing the Steam Frame recently for testing. I'm like, oh, bro, I just had a mark on my face. You need to calm down. I do not have a Steam Frame.
I think it was an early release version of Steam Frame.
Yeah, sure thing, Luke.
I think they're right.
Sure thing.
Now, what about our information on Half-Life 3?
Yeah, for sure.
That's releasing on... okay.
Are you pretending to be looking it up?
No. Linus and Luke, how are your current Linux experiences been going since the Linux challenge? I think it's actually been a while since we've talked about this. Are you still
we should, but I found it.
Running it on.
Hold on one sec. Any rumors about YouTubers reviewing the Frame right now? This is from 8 days ago. Are there currently any rumors before the Steam? Okay. I like how the question's not even, are the rumors true? Just, do they exist? Like, people are so freaking hyped for this thing. I heard LTT has it and loves it. I also heard he's convincing Valve to wait another month to stick it to the fans. Like, only leak I found is Linus having some VR headset imprints on his forehead. Might have been the Pimax Dream Air. It wasn't that either. Like, what are you guys talking about? You're just and to be clear, like, it's fine, sure. Like, as far as rumors about me go, those are pretty tame.
Maybe it was the Big Screen Beyond 3.
Yeah, must have been. I'm going to get my Big Screen Beyond 3 before Luke even wears his Big Screen Beyond 2. It's going to be great. but just like seeing how rabidly excited people are just to talk about this, just to even meme and post about it. Like, I think the Frame is going to completely eclipse the already smash hit success of the Steam Machine. Like, Valve has another winner on their hands here. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what were you going to say?
But yeah, are you still running Linux anywhere, bro?
Yeah. So I have transitioned off of Pop! OS. Well, it depends what you mean. I am running a Steam machine, and I am also dailying a Steam machine. Yeah, see, he's having a real hard time with this. That's why I'm going to remind him. Oh! Of an ad. Okay, no, okay. I'm switching away from that. I'm not endorsing Roundup.
Yeah.
Why does the WAN account always get Roundup ads? Oh, what is this? I got 2 ads. Okay, we're going to have to buy premium for the WAN show accounts. Don't do that. I'm not spending money on that. I use it once a week. It's fine. Oh, man. 2 unskippables. Get out of here. Okay, so Jordan and Justin, with some guidance and a little bit of help from me, this was a team effort. Alongside, I think was it Disappearing Ink that flagged this thing for us? Or was it Free Geek? I don't remember, but one of the local like computer antiquity / recycler people, I'm pretty sure it was Disappearing Ink, got their hands on one of the original Steam machines that Valve seeded out to media, not including us, but that's fine. I can wait. I'm patient. And then we built like the sickest little small form factor build in it that ended up just, oh man, being so good. Like, it's so good. And the specs are so good. I think we ended up with, what was it, a 7800X3D, and then a, I want to say it was a 9070 or a 9070 XT or something like that. So that's what I'm actually using for my daily driver machine right now. I'm running SteamOS. It just gets like normal SteamOS updates. Everything's working great. The only thing that I don't have that a Steam machine has is I don't have the built-in dongle for the Steam controller, but frankly, I don't really care about that. I like the Steam controller for what it is. I think that Valve did an outstanding job of executing on their vision for it, but it's not something that I need at my desk where I already have a keyboard and mouse. It's just not necessary for me. So I don't care about that. And then it also doesn't have support for CEC, but I'm using it as a desktop PC anyway, so that also doesn't matter for me. So it's way more powerful. It's louder, but that doesn't matter because remember, I have fiber optic cabling running through my home. So I just put it in the basement and then I don't have to look at it or think about it or listen to it. It's just a pristine, immaculate SteamOS experience, and I am freaking loving it. It's a Steam machine, but faster and better. And I've been
How was the
stoked.
install of SteamOS?
It was kind of a pain in the butt, but I didn't have to do it. Jordan did it. That machine has literally just been sitting there ready for me, and I'm loving it. So for the first week of my daily driving Steam machine challenge, I was actually carrying my Steam machine in my backpack to and from work so that it was the only computer I was using. And then I wanted to like ride my motorcycle one day, and I was like, oh, it's such a pain with the Steam machine because it's like on your back, and the posture on my bike is like,
yeah,
it's not comfortable to have a ton of weight on your back, and I already have my tech sack in my bag, and I was like, oh, I really don't want to wait. Why am I doing this? I should just have Steam machine at home.
Because now it's almost less of dailying Steam machine now. It's more just dailying SteamOS.
Yeah, and I spent the first week.
You're still spending a lot of time with Steam machine.
Yeah,
for sure.
I still spent the first week only with the Steam machine, which did make me notice some things I missed in my review.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, SteamOS is the truly interesting part of this whole situation.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
So like that seems fine.
100%.
But yeah, that's wicked. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, especially after hearing your feedback about it, I was pretty tempted to get one, but man, they're so expensive. And I kind of wanted like a little bit more power.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of in the just, use the OS, build your own computer again camp.
So CEC is an interesting thing because you have a desktop computer, so there ain't no way you're planning to use your SteamOS machine as your desktop. I'm thinking this would be a console, right?
Yeah, home theater, yeah.
So we're actually sourcing pretty much every CEC adapter that we can get our hands on right now for short circuit, because I really want to solve this once and for all in my theater room. I'm playing around right now with the CEC adapter that Jordan got for this video that we did not get working properly on SteamOS at the time. It works pretty well on Windows for me, but it's like, it's not a silver bullet either. Like, I ran into a situation where something I'd never heard of before called a CEC storm was causing my computer to wake up when other devices were chatting over CEC. So it turns out it's a really weird architecture. It's like a ring topology or something, or it's less like a switching architecture, and it's more like a hub architecture where it just like blasts out shit, and then if the right shit hits the right fan, then shit gets real. Like, it's just, CEC is a mess. It's an absolute mess. And so I'm still kind of struggling with it. And every device has different degrees of customizability and control. Like, a device that does it really well is the Nvidia Shield. It lets you really get in there and say, okay, allow this device to turn on other devices. Allow other devices to turn on this device. Wake other devices when this one turns on. Wake this device when other devices turn on. Or don't do those things. You can configure all of those with a pretty significant degree of granularity. But then my AV receiver is just like, CEC on! CEC off! What does that mean? And you can't tell it on which inputs and outputs. It's just, CEC! Like, you gotta be kidding me. You guys do this for a living. This box costs like $4,000. Have you gone mad? So it's pretty, it's pretty annoying. Shraf2K says, just use the Silverstone key fob. Shraf2K, tell me you're not married without telling me you're not married. Like, it's gotta be kid friendly. It's gotta be like the wife and the girls wanna watch a movie. Otherwise, literally no one will use it. That's the whole point of CEC, is that it took this whole crappy multi-remote thing and solved it, except that it's a giant piece of shit. Man, what a life goal that would be, to like fix CEC. If someone wants to do that, like, I'll invest. I'm going to say it right now. If you can give me like a credible plan and like show you've done the work, I think I'm in. I think that could be my third investment. Crystal says, girls can figure that out. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, Crystal. It's not that they can't figure it out. It's just that most of them don't give a shit and don't want to. In my life, and I gotta work around the people in my life. I can't change what people are and what they're interested in and what their preferences are.
They have the intelligence to do so. They just don't. Those particular ones don't care.
That's right. And in general, if our demographics are anything to go by, they're not weird freaks. So we do need to have solutions for people who don't care and don't want to figure this stuff out and don't want to deal with multiple remotes. It's just that simple. I know some people do care, but I don't get to pick. And I know the names and I know the preferences of everybody my wife would have over for a girls' night, and none of them include determining which HDMI input is correct. Literally zero. They're not interested. And so I gotta, that's the thing. That's how consideration works, right? The golden rule is not really that great. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. It's like, no, actually do unto others as they would have you do unto them. Like, that's the right way.
As a reminder, just in case people get confused, he's talking about the women in his life.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And also the demographics on the channel. Again, it's not like it's not a great mystery.
Doesn't mean there's zero.
Doesn't mean there's zero.
Not as common.
But it means the odds. It means the odds are. And remember, I mentioned like my kids too, and some kids are super tech savvy too, and don't mind it.
Emma's better with the TV than I am because I watch so little TV.
That actually doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
Not one bit, Luke.
Yeah.
Like I would actually be surprised if you could even find the TV remote in your house. Do you know where she keeps it?
The only reason why I can is because she got this really cool manipulatable like sculpture of two hands where you can move the fingers, and she has it like positioned so that the remote like beautifully gets held by the hands.
Holy shit. I just had the coolest idea. Okay. No, wait.
Oh boy.
Hear me out. Okay. You know how Yvonne does like craft night sometimes? Okay. You know those things that you can do like with kids or like as a couple where you create like a mold of your hands and then you put plaster in it and you like make your hands? You and Emma should make your hands like a next level one of those.
Holding a TV remote.
For the remote. Because that way you could have like a piece of decor that's also like a special like memory thing, and then Luke can find the remote. That'd be so freaking cool.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a fun craft night. I just feel like
knew we were going to get Luke
like
up to craft night at some point.
I have to be there because my hand has to be molded.
Mm-hmm.
That's clever. I was gonna say like it's. I feel like she would just immediately use the like. Oh, if I ask where the remote is, she's like, "It's in your hand."
Nice. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
that's great. You're already holding it, smart guy.
That's not bad. All right. Yeah, sure. That sounds fun.
Just be happy that she didn't ask you to mold your butt. Where's the remote? Okay, that would be a pretty funny remote holder too. Just like a cheek that fits. just on the side table, just a pair of cheeks.
You know what that could end up being is like a dirty cooking spoon holder.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Just a like shrinked down.
That'd be sick. Oh, dude. Okay, so we make like, instead of just doing like sentimental hand things, we make like hand things that do stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually not bad.
I'm actually
don't mind that.
I'm actually messaging Yvonne now. I'm messaging Yvonne. Okay. All right. You want to pick a new topic?
I just wanted to say, I realized while sitting here saying that like, oh yeah, I'd rather kind of build my own steam machine just to make it a little bit stronger, that this finally gives me an excuse to build in a Fractal Terra. This isn't in no way sponsored by Fractal, but I always loved the Fractal North, and the Fractal Terra is super cool, and the green Fractal Terra with the wood accent is just like...
Yeah, that looks nice.
Beautiful. And has that, appeal that we were just talking about. Like, I think Emma would be much more okay with one of these sitting in the home theater, like center console thing, than most other options.
It's so funny how the Terra with wood accents went from being like unique to being the case that everyone buys. I had actually built in like four of them before I even realized that I had built in four of them, just because everyone and their dog was picking them for their ultimate upgrades.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
It's a really nice case.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
It's a great case.
Yeah. And I love the North, but the North is huge. So I don't want it in this case. I generally don't mind computers that are decently large, but like at the home theater setup, man, no. If I can avoid it, no.
Yeah, no, you don't want something that big for like a living room. It's like, what are you in college still? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Even with the wood accents, it's not for, it doesn't go in the living room. If it was next to a computer desk that is in a shared space, 100% valid.
Yeah,
but
I've got one as my workstation PC.
You can't put a giant thing like that in the
It
living
ain't
room.
going in the living room.
No.
Hell no.
Beautiful case, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Anyways, okay. You said next topic. Let's see. Well, okay, yeah. What? No. Nope. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't even understand why it's in the doc, so I'm not going to
do it. Do it. Now I want to know.
Do it. Come on.
Okay, because I'm confused, but I haven't read the whole topic. Intel releases major driver update for Windows 11.
Oh,
How is this a WAN topic?
No,
Back
this
on
is a
June
WAN
30th,
topic.
Intel released new Wi-Fi and Bluetooth drivers. Wow. That include enhancements aligned with Microsoft's Driver Quality Initiative, or DQI.
Yeah.
Microsoft recently told Intel, AMD, Qualcomm, and other partners that drivers need to stop hurting Windows 11's reliability and reputation. Damn.
Yeah. We talked about this on WAN Show.
I do remember this now. DQI is Microsoft's attempt to raise the floor and includes Microsoft-authored class drivers.
Less unnecessary kernel mode interference and more user mode drivers where possible. This is good.
That is good.
This is real progress. This is actual shipping drivers from Intel that are designed to make Windows 11 less of a steaming pile of shit. This is good.
No, that is good. Okay. Yeah, sure.
That was it. I just wanted to...
So the point of note is that someone actually did it.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Real, actual,
that matters.
Concrete action is happening, and it's fast. I mean, they announced this driver quality initiative, like a couple months ago or something like that?
Yeah, that was pretty quick.
So we are already getting... It's the only question is, why did it take you so long, Microsoft, to care about this? No, I'm not going to dwell on the past. Good job, progress. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Luke.
Good job, progress. Also, we figured out what you're tracking. So, see you later. The DQI group probably had no idea. I don't know. Maybe they're cool. Huge companies like that, it's
You'll get these groups or these individuals that really do have the best intentions and really
absolutely.
Deeply care about the user experience. And then I'm sure they are reading stuff like that over on Windows Latest and making the exact same face that we are. Like, what is even the point of the good work that I'm doing over here when you're going to go and do that with it? Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Hotspot temperature sensor on Nvidia's Blackwell GPUs is still accessible if you have access to Nvidia's internal mods tool.
Okay. Since that headline was written, this has gotten a little bit more complicated. Let me do the read for this one, just in case they missed something. When the RTX 50 series came out, reviewers noticed that hotspot temperatures were missing from tools like HWiNFO and MSI Afterburner. And while it looked like NVIDIA had gotten rid of the feature, like it was no longer reported by the die, turns out the sensor was still there. It just wasn't accessible through the usual software. Well, Paulo Gomes, I assume, a Brazilian repair technician and YouTuber, investigated a customer's Gigabyte RTX 5070 Ti that was mysteriously throttling despite showing normal GPU temperatures in Windows. In Linux, Gomes was able to use NVIDIA's internal mods, so modular diagnostic software, to discover the hidden hotspot sensor was hitting 107 degrees Celsius, even though the standard tools reported only around 68 degrees Celsius average GPU temperatures. And this was exactly why enthusiasts cared so much about being able to access hotspot temperatures, because it would reveal if a bad mount or a bad paste job was making it so that overall the die was cool enough, but the hottest zones, the most compute intensive parts of the chip, were overheating. He disassembled the card, found poor thermal paste coverage. Okay, yeah, there you go. So that's exactly what I was talking about. He reapplied the paste and confirmed that the hotspot temperature dropped and the throttling disappeared. Linus comment, so they did put that in here. This seems to have been starting to make its way into regular tools. So I think HWiNFO 50 series hotspot. Hold on, I'm just going to Google this live. I think, yes. HWiNFO, this is 2 days ago, according to Video Cards, adds RTX 50 hotspot temperature reporting. RTSS can display it now too. So I'm a little frustrated because while I'm not sure that NVIDIA ever said formally that it was removed, they certainly didn't do anything to correct the speculation that it had been removed. And it's a really useful tool.
It is.
For diagnosing, especially if you're doing aftermarket cooling. Like mounting something like a full coverage water block can be a little bit hazardous because there's so many surface level components. Like it'll directly cover, with thermal pads. Although again, that's a great example of why this matters. Because if you have too thick of a thermal pad, right, it's making contact with all these other components on the board, like your memory modules, with your VRMs. And if you screw up something, or you put on too thick of a thermal pad, or you don't tighten something down enough, it can contact the die enough. Remember, this is a water block, so it's moving heat away really fast. So it can contact the die enough to carry heat away, but it can not be in good contact with one small area that could be a very crucial spot that, like Paulo saw, that could cause the card to thermal throttle. And if we don't have access to that temperature sensor, then we have no way of knowing if that's happening. So taking away useful tools that help us diagnose hardware is just like, not cool?
Apparently, roughly 2-ish years ago, Roman from Der Bauer asked Nvidia about it not being there anymore and got a response of saying it was no longer accurate and no longer relevant. He obviously, had thoughts about that, but that was what they said.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's some comments saying effectively exactly this, but I had the thought of like, man, telling Der Bauer that some thermal measurement doesn't matter is what if they knew who he was?
I mean, if it's not accurate, then that's one thing. But this proves, though, that they're taking action on the behavior of the GPU based on this number.
Yeah.
Well, okay, which one is it, Nvidia? Is it inaccurate and irrelevant, or is it actionable? Because it cannot be both.
There's a lot of speculation.
Yeah.
But it makes sense to me. But it is still obviously speculation, saying that maybe, the modern cards run really hot, and maybe it would have been bad for perceptions or sales or marketing or whatever, to have these hotspot sensors blasting out crazy high numbers.
Bad for marketing is the only real reason that I can think of for them
It's no longer relevant to the interest of selling more graphics cards.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe no longer relevant to the user.
Mm-hmm. I see.
But yeah, this is just one thing I found. I don't know if they've had a more recent statement on that.
I doubt it. I think everyone just kind of accepted it and moved on.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I'm glad to see that this is out in the open now because it's a very useful tool.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of useful tools, never mind. I will do this after. But it's really cool. I'll tell you in a minute. First, I'm supposed to do the CW announcement. Dun, 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 dun. This week, we launched the investment disclosure t-shirt. Oh boy, I'm not going to be able to screen share, and also, there it is. It's the one I'm wearing. It's pretty cool. It's designed to save me time and effort, because if I just wear this shirt, then surely the investment disclosure will be all done. Amazing.
Are you actually going to do that?
No, I'm still going to try and remember. I very occasionally do forget. So
yeah,
we were like, haha, why don't we just do a shirt that's like investment disclosure? And then if you forget, then whatever. This is great. Went and got a framework laptop for the shoot. Anywho, now available, LTTStore.com, printed on our classic polyblend tee, soft, breathable, everyday fit, high quality print that lasts. This is a shirt about investment disclosure. That's it. That's the bit. Fantastic. Thank you, CW team. And if you guys were looking for an excuse to pick one up, then hey, while we're live is a great time to do it. All you got to do is add an item to your cart, and you'll see checkout messages. These are the way to interact with the WAN show. We don't do Twitch bits or super chats or anything like that because we think when you throw money at your screen, you should get high quality merchandise and apparel in return, not just, internet peen. So when you go ahead and enter your message here and check out, it will go to producer Dan. There he is, who will curate your message or who will reply to it or who will pop it up on the stream. Do you want to show them what it looks like when you curate it, Dan?
Yeah, sure. I can't show it to them, but I can demonstrate it.
Nice.
I think.
Solid.
Hi, DLL. What's something the audience thinks is easy about running LMG that's actually quite hard? And conversely, what looks hard but is easy? P.S. UV hoodie, so good in UK heatwave. More colors, please.
Scheduling. Scheduling is by far the least intuitively difficult or intuitive difficulty aspect of LMG. Like all the moving pieces, camera operators, getting the hardware, tested and in the right place with the right software loaded on it. Like a perfect example is this. This is the Razer Fold. We shot a short circuit for this today. And compared to when we used to do a short circuit for a phone a couple of years ago, like back then we would just have the phone, it would come in and it would just like appear on set. And then when we sat down to shoot the video, it would like not be set up. It wouldn't be logged into the Wi-Fi. So you'd waste like 20 minutes just dinking around, like signing into Google accounts, or in some cases, it wouldn't have any battery left. So you'd have to like plug it in and wait around for it to charge or like go shoot something else. So getting all those little pieces pre-organized, like nowadays, when this phone arrives on set, it's signed in, it's connected to the Wi-Fi, it's got a couple apps on it that you might want to run. Like if you decide to run a game on it, it has like Fortnite on it so that we can just, have some over-the-shoulder gaming, to cut in while we talk about our gaming performance measurements and stuff like that. I think that's the biggest challenge that people kind of take for granted, and it's always in flux. It's always thrown for a loop. Like a perfect example of this would be when our Steam machine arrived. We had a bunch of other stuff on the go, but it just arrived. Like brands do not consider that maybe you have a life. You're just, I don't know. You're just a thing.
And they might be right, but like, come on, bro. You don't have to tell me like that.
You send it over and magically content appears, and that's all they kind of know. A lot of them. Some are really good. Others just completely kind of take what you do for granted and the difficulties of what you do for granted. It's like, well, we did all the hard work. We made the product. And all you have to do is glaze it. And like, come on, how long could that take? Right? So that's, I'm going to go with that. Yeah, so we just had to drop everything we were doing so that we could put together and execute on a content plan for Steam Machine. And actually, I don't think I've said this publicly yet, but like, bravo to our team, like putting that together. We had one Steam machine. Sometimes for like a really big launch, we managed to get our hands on more than one so that like labs can be testing it while we're shooting the short circuit unboxing. And then that one can make its way to someone to have like, the experiential daily driving experience with it. And then we get the labs numbers in, and then that one goes in for B-roll while the host is holding the other one for A-roll. Like when you have a lot going on, it can be really useful to have more than one, but we managed to get a short for LTT, a long form for LTT, a follow-up long form where we did like a Steam Machine killer and compared it against it for LTT, and a long form short circuit, all like within a day or two of launch. It was pretty crazy. The team did an outstanding job.
Yeah, chat has a good question. Why is the smiley face in disclosure like dead or something?
I don't know. Don't worry about it. Don't overthink it.
Okay.
Why is this a dollar sign? Who knows? It's a mystery.
Also, when did it? Well, I mean, that don't make sense.
Stonks.
Why did the when was this first released on the store?
Today.
Wow, I think. Am I reading this right? Your regular large is already sold out?
I don't know. Maybe? Good chat.
Nice.
Nice. How about another?
Not on the global store. Large is in stock on the global store.
I'm on the global store.
Okay. I don't know then.
It says it will not be restocked.
Oh, it won't be restocked, but that doesn't mean they're all gone, I think.
But it doesn't say they won't be restocked on everything.
All right. Well, I will flag that for the team.
Okay.
Good chat.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, Dan?
Oh yeah, this one's for Luke.
Yo.
What exhibit or creator are you most excited to see this year at OpenSauce? Did you bring anything to show off yourself? Hoping to be there Sunday myself.
I didn't bring anything to show off myself, but the Creator Warehouse team is here, and they brought some cool stuff.
They brought the fire.
They brought some pretty sick stuff. They brought, I think, 2 different super large screwdrivers. I think they might both be 3x scale. I'm not sure. I think one of them is a translucent one, and one of them is the just normal screwdriver. They also brought, my favorite thing that they brought really is they have like the history of the normal standard screwdriver, the scribe driver,
The pen.
a pen, and then also the precision screwdriver. And they have those on like big boards where you can see the different prototype versions along the way.
And not like
That's
pictures
really
of them.
cool.
Like they have
The actual ones.
Yeah, they have
like,
they have the lathed out shaft that Sebastian put a plastic generic pen top on and just taped it on.
It's
The proof
wicked.
of concept.
I had never seen that before. I saw that today. That prototype is actually sick.
It's the
That was
actual
awesome.
It's the actual one that he handed me and said,
Yeah.
"Hey, what do you think?"
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. The one. There was not two.
Yeah.
Very
yeah,
cool.
they're there. They're literally physically there. So like if you're talking about it, they might even like pull it out and kind of show you more up close and stuff. So that's wicked. They have some of the actual engineers there, which is cool because you can talk to them. It kind of fits the theme of the show a little bit. And then they're selling a shirt and the nuclear green UV reactive screwdriver. And then they have some deal going on. I don't remember the exact details. I think it's if you spend over $50, you get a coupon for free shipping on the store. And the reason why they did that would totally make sense to me. They didn't want to bring down every freaking product we have because that's kind of
It's
unfeasible.
like 1,000 SKUs or something. I forget what the number
Yeah.
is.
So they were like, okay, well, we'll make it so you can kind of have shopped everything by, you can just get free shipping instead. So that was seemed like a pretty smart idea. Yeah, so I did not personally bring anything, but LMG did through Creative Warehouse. Particular booth or particular creator I'm excited to meet. Honestly, every year I meet random new creators that I've never heard of, sometimes that are massive. Gone is the time where as a casual YouTube viewer, you would just know the top 100 YouTubers. Not only is the top 100 YouTubers completely irrelevant to me at this point in time, but because who cares? But also there's huge creators doing amazing things that I've just never heard of all the time, and I spend a lot of time on YouTube. And there's not huge creators doing amazing things that I've never heard of. So I just have fun meeting people doing cool stuff on YouTube. In terms of favorite booth, my favorite area tends to be the hobbyist rocketry area. Which apparently NASA is just here officially this year. And they brought heat shielding from, I think it's Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, which is super cool. So I'm excited to check that out. But yeah, usually it's the rocketry stuff. Last year, there was a really, really cool booth where you played Counter-Strike, but they made it so that a bunch of the grenade effects had a real life equivalent.
It was a leaf blower and things and smoke machines and flashbangs. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. They did the inverse for an incendiary grenade. So if you walked into an incendiary grenade, they would spray water on you. If I remember correctly, if you walked into a smoke grenade, it would shoot a leaf blower in your face, and you had to deal with that. What was Flashbang? Do you remember Flashbang?
There's a big strobe light, like xenon discharge pulse.
It's this crazy light that like makes it difficult to look at your screen. That was fun. But yeah, man, I don't know. I think it's impossible to like look forward to anything in particular at open source other than just open source. It's just so different every time.
I've never been. This will be my first one.
I think you'll have fun if you can move at all. You might want to bring like some form of disguise for your face. There are multiple creators that do that here. I'm not kidding.
Really?
Yeah, I would probably recommend
there's just a
that.
ton of fans around. Right?
You won't be able
like,
to go anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't even really like do like maker stuff as much.
No, but this is.
It's not going to matter. I can't move.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to move. you might want to bring something.
I need to be able to move. I'm down for just the one day. We're shooting a video. We actually have kind of a fun. We have kind of a fun video concept. It's going to be like a break my cable sort of concept, and not like use a hammer. No. Relax. It's okay. But basically, I'm going to go find the coolest stuff I can find that people brought that needs a USB cable, and then I'm going to like see if my cable can make it work, which it should because it's true spec. And then basically it's just an excuse to highlight like a half a dozen cool projects at open source that need a cable.
Sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
And legitimately, we have had multiple booth people, because it was an industry day today, run up to the booth being like, can I buy a cable?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Did anyone keep track of who any of them are? Because it'd be great for me to pop in on them tomorrow.
I think
Does someone
one of the
know?
guys was, I know I was like, they were having a bunch of issues with the creator shuttles today. So this morning when I went to the event, I got an Uber and I just stuffed a bunch of random other creators in it. And when I had to come back to do WAN show, which I'm obviously not at the creator hotel, but when I had to go back to get my laptop and stuff, I did the same thing because the shuttles were also not working again. And while I'm in there, I'm just like whipping stuff on my pockets. Like, we make all these different things. Look at our pens. Look at our fidget spinners. I mean, you trapped in the car. But it's interesting because I was talking to someone earlier today about this, of the like 2010s era of like every single YouTuber is just selling 1 to 2 shirts and 1 to 2 hoodies at a time. They're all probably from Teespring. Like, that is over, and lots of people are getting into products now. So every single year since I've been coming to open source, the like behind the scenes conversations from the creators has been for everyone, not just for me or us, has been like, what's going on in the product space? What are you working on? What are you thinking about? How are you approaching it? How do you work with manufacturers? How do you, like, it's a ton of it is product stuff, because that's where the external funding seems to be going for a ton of creators. And it's really interesting because I was talking to someone recently about, like, if you weren't a YouTuber and you tried to make the LTT screwdriver and get it on the market.
Oh my God, I don't know how I'd do it.
It'd be so difficult.
Yeah.
And the screwdriver is a little bit maybe more like mass appeal, but there are some YouTuber products that if you were a standard company, it would be so hard to make this like niche product really make sense, because it would be so difficult to actually hit a huge portion of the people in that niche. But there's market data out right now that as the generations progress, more and more people are doing purchasing decisions based on online creators. Gen Z's at 41%. And if you are a creator within a niche, you already have the attention of the whole niche. So it might make something that niche has wanted for a long time an actually viable product because of your existence, which is really cool.
It's almost like people followed you and glommed onto you because they had common interests and alignment in terms of what they want.
So if there's something that community wants, you might be able to make it. And because of your natural marketing of already having that audience, you can make products and product lines potentially make sense that might not have otherwise, which is just super interesting. So it's a lot of the behind the scenes conversations are about stuff like that. Genuinely, most of the conversations that people have with me at Open Source are about like our stuff that we make.
That's
more
hilarious.
Than anything else, which is interesting. So
it's funny. I actually shot a video today just doing a tier list of science and tech creator merch. And again, I shouldn't be using the word merch. I don't want to use the word merch to describe our products because they're not merch anymore. And frankly, none of the things that I checked out today were merch.
Dude, you go back 10 years ago and that would have been
unheard of.
T-shirts, hoodies, and maybe one water bottle.
Yep.
And now it's a ton of really unique, very interesting
Dude,
products.
I had a barbecue scrubber, a meat thermometer. So those were those aligned extremely well. I cooked my meat and then I cleaned my barbecue with creator products. I had an end table that was in the shape of a sewing thread spool.
Okay. Yeah.
I had no, not bobbin. Bobbin's a little one. It was the shape of a spool.
Oh, the big one.
Yeah.
Ah.
I had, although a bobbin ottoman to go with it would be amazing, Simone, if you're watching. What else did we have going on? Dude, the Green brothers are involved in like laundry detergent. It was like a collab with Technology Connections. I was like, okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yep.
That's perfect.
Yep.
Wait,
figure,
is that
right?
out? I remember hearing about that, but that's
I don't know.
A released product?
Well, I have it, so. Wait, did I say? I said dishwasher, right?
I think you said laundry, but
sorry,
I think
not laundry. Dishwasher
detergent.
Sorry, guys.
Here it is,
dishwasher.
Dishwasher.
I said
powder.
laundry. Sorry. Oh, apparently both are out. Okay, good. Making sure I'm not getting that wrong. Yeah, so the one that I checked out is the dishwasher detergent. Yeah, very cool.
That's awesome.
Heck yeah. I was supposed to say one more thing for the Creator Warehouse part of the show, call-outs. We have our end-of-season apparel sale with discounts up to 40% off running right now. So it's a great time to pick up some underwear, the lightweight packable jacket, the lawsuit hoodie. This one's particularly on topic right now. Excuse me. Yeah, so go check it out. That's if you go to LTTStore. I think it's the second banner in the banner carousel there. Just feel free to browse. There's lots of good stuff in there. All right. Oh, wait, Dan, was that only one comm?
No, you did too.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yay.
Thank you.
You're actually ahead of schedule. I don't know what you North Americans say anymore. I have lost the understanding of which is the wrong one.
It's
for you.
Jedule.
Jedule?
Yes, like GIF.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's the silent beginning of the whole word.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jod. Continue.
Ouch. Oh, ow, that hurt. Okay. What do you want to talk about next? Should we talk about YouTube's class action lawsuit?
Honestly, I was looking at that. Let's do it.
Let's
A
do
new
it.
proposed class action has hit Google, stating that YouTube Premium is false advertising because they market ad-free, but you will still see sponsored segments in videos. Oh. Specifically, the baked-in ads that creators include. The lawsuit is citing other claims in YouTube's marketing, such as no interruptions or most videos are ad-free in the case of Premium Lite.
So our discussion question is, do you think there's an argument to be made here for this class action? Because clearly Google is not serving the ads and not profiting from them, but they're also representing the service that they are providing as an experience that people are not really having. Like I with my built-in ad block, like I'm aware of, if I'm watching Oversimplified or whatever, I'm aware that there's like a giant 2-minute ad read in the middle of it or whatever, and I'm like tap 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 tap, and like I don't it doesn't bother me, but also if you don't have ad block in your brain, I can see encountering that and going, well, what am I even paying for then?
Well, YouTube Premium has built-in ad skip.
Yeah, but I don't think
and also, I think the precedent here is not that, and the argument that I would make is that, like, on all ad-free platforms that I know of, there's still what is it called?
Product placement. Yep.
Advertisements and
Sure.
lots of other forms of advertisements. Just because it's not full screen rolls doesn't mean there isn't other forms of advertisements. So that has been true for a very long time. There's also been native integrations on other platforms that are ad-free for a very long time. Or not non-native integrations, I guess. I don't know. I'm losing the terminology. But when the hosts talk about a thing, instead of it being like a cutaway to an ad, that has been true on other platforms for a while.
Like a plug, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I don't know. I as a very long-term premium user myself, ad skip, bro. Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, because it does, the way that YouTube does that is they put up a prompt to skip frequently skipped chunks of the video, right?
Yeah.
Which generally corresponds to
almost always is
the read.
Because the way to do it before that was, if you looked at the timeline of the video, it gave you this like waveform, and the waveform was essentially a retention graph. And you would look at the dip and then this like massive surge, and the massive surge was because people would click on that. So that was just the old form of it, was you would just very clearly see where the ad ended by looking at the waveform of retention. And then they added, as people are pointing out, a little white dot,
Yep.
which is the end of the frequently skipped area. So you can just click on it on the timeline. Or there's also a button that shows up in the corner that says jump forward, or to jump whatever, I don't know. And it'll just skip it for you. So, like, I don't know. I understand the argument that the class action is making is that the ad is there at all, not that it isn't easily skippable. But I do think there's quite a bit of precedent for it being the type of thing that they're talking about is platform inserted, unskippable, like pre-rolls, mid-rolls, whatever. Not stuff that's baked into the content naturally by the user that generated that content. There isn't platform ads.
I'm going to both sides this one. Like, if YouTube says in their marketing, no interruptions, right? I could see that both ways. On the one hand, as a viewer who's, getting a 2-minute read for, oh man, I'm trying to think of what's a company that advertises on YouTube a bunch.
Funny.
Thanks for that. Sure, let's go with honey. I'm getting this long read about honey or whatever. I've been interrupted, but on the flip side, YouTube has delivered the content that creator uploaded in its entirety to you with no interruptions. How is it their problem or even their role to decide what to serve you and what not to serve you?
I think an interruption in the perspective of YouTube is them interrupting the video that you are watching by inserting an ad. They're not doing that.
They're not. Yeah.
The video that you are watching is just becoming an ad.
It's
that, again,
uninterrupted.
is very easily skippable.
Yep.
So I don't think the interruption thing. I think a lot of it depends on, like, where are you placing the perspective in this conversation. I mean, Floatplane isn't ad free then, because WAN show has sponsors and product placements. Got to get that dough for me. Yeah,
exactly. Just like, I mean, I could tell you all about TrueSpec cables on LTTStore.com.
That's on Floatplane now.
They're super flexible. They support very high power and data rates, and are designed to be durable and UV resistant. If you like using them in your car, for instance, TrueSpec cables, LTTStore.com. Right? Like, should YouTube cut that out? If somebody pays for premium on YouTube, should they not see that? And this is actually a really good question from Sydney Brokit over in Floatplane chat. If the entire video is a sponsored video, should YouTube not serve it then to premium viewers? What is it? What exactly is it that they're asking for? Like, what should Google do?
This is interesting. I don't know if we say anywhere that Floatplane is ad-free, actually.
No, we don't.
It doesn't tend to have ads. Like, there's usually a Floatplane cut. Not usually. It's always, I think.
We try.
There's a Floatplane cut that doesn't have the sponsor spot in it, to the point where some people have actually complained because they think the more creative ones, they actually want to see it, which is kind of funny. But I'm looking through, and I might be wrong. Someone might have it somewhere.
Well, we leave it up to the creator.
Yeah, because the platform wouldn't say it.
Yeah.
Because we leave it up to the creator, like you said. But then I don't think the Linus Tech Tips plans actually say, hey, there's no ads, even though we do cut them out.
Well, we've tended towards a promise less, deliver more approach, because we ran into trouble in the earlier days sometimes when we would promise more and then someone would make a mistake, or it would not be viable for some reason or another, or the business reality would change and we'd have to backtrack. And it's a lot easier for us to just under-promise and over-deliver as best we can, versus like promising the world and then f***ing it up sometimes.
Yeah.
Unless
it's full sponsor videos like AMD upgrades. Yeah, that might be why we just don't use the verbiage.
This is really interesting, just seeing... Now, obviously, there's a bit of a sampling bias here because this is coming from people who subscribe on Floatplane, which is like a very support the creators platform. Like you get extras. Well, actually, we've got some really good extras this week, so we'll talk about that a little bit later. But you get extras. But other than that, it's just like throwing coffee money at us to help us support the team and build the platform. But seeing the conversation in here, like, man, this blows. This is a dumb lawsuit. Are they trying to, destroy creators? It's like, way to go. This is dumb. YouTube doesn't create sponsor spots. This is basically just saying, screw the creators. But I don't know. Like, it's really interesting seeing the hostility toward this lawsuit when. I mean, you must remember this, Luke, from back in the garage days, how angry people in the community would be that we had the audacity to try to make a living at this.
Literally any form of advertisement whatsoever, or the video being monetized at all.
Yeah. And
like if YouTube monetization was on, because you used to be able to just turn it off and there would actually be no ads, which was psychotic that was possible on the platform. I just want to say that was crazy. I don't know how they ever thought that was going to work, but whatever. Sounds good. Thanks, Google. Yeah.
But yeah, Mr. Assister makes a really good point. Like, as much as I am obviously coming at this from a pro-creator standpoint, I've got 3 children. Oh, he's not there to ding me. Whatever. He said it. He said, oh, whoops, I pressed a button. Good Lord, what am I doing? So yeah, I'm coming at it from a pro-creator perspective. But I actually agree with Mr. Assister here. This feels like when cell phone companies advertise unlimited data. It's like, yeah, it's not actually unlimited, and everyone understands what they mean by that, and there's an argument to be made that it's unlimited, but no one forced them to say that. Nobody forced YouTube to say no interruptions. They could have just said it because by the time YouTube Premium existed, so did in-video sponsor reads. So it's not like this was some new thing that came about after the fact.
This is a perspective conversation, and
Totally.
I understand the argument you're making, but from their perspective, there is no interruption.
No, I get it. I see both sides 100%.
But I don't think the unlimited data thing is... To me, the unlimited data thing feels more egregious.
Well,
I understand the comparison you're making.
In a lot of cases, it's unlimited. It's just it throttles to such a speed that effectively you could figure out how much data it is because it would be the maximum data rate over the amount of time remaining in the month.
They just actually don't interrupt videos. Actually.
They don't.
It's not that they don't interrupt 80 videos a week and then they'll start interrupting them a little bit. No, they just actually never interrupt videos.
I get it.
The interruption is coming from the UGC on their platform.
But they don't say we won't interrupt the video. They say no interruptions, which is a broader statement than they had to make. So he's right that they didn't have to make such a broad sweeping statement. They could have said no YouTube ads, and that would have been true. So I totally I can both sides this one pretty comfortably. I could sit and argue with myself about this for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah,
pretty easily. To be clear, I don't think this lawsuit's going anywhere. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to make this argument in court that YouTube is somehow liable for the user-generated content that they are, to your point, not interrupting. Right?
Like, yeah, like Google isn't. So Archangel of Death, hell of a name, in Floatplane chat said, no interruptions added to the creator's videos. Yeah, they could add some, like, they could make it a longer qualifying sentence.
Yeah.
To me, personally, I think, I don't think anyone actually thinks Red Bull gives you wings.
I mean, that was a problem, though.
Yeah, but like, maybe we don't need to worry about that.
Didn't someone get hurt or something? Hold on. What's the actual history? Because I don't know how much of that is just like urban legend. Gives you wings lawsuit. Here we go. Oh, wow. AI overview, but hear me out. In 2014, Red Bull agreed to pay $13 million to settle a class action false advertising lawsuit. Filed by consumer Benjamin Carruthers in 2013, the suit claimed the slogan "Red Bull gives you wings" and the drink's marketing misled customers about the beverage's energy and performance benefits compared to standard caffeine sources. So, like,
that's insane.
They didn't admit any fault, and this is one of those cases where, yeah, the corporation should, even if they settle, they should not have to admit any fault. But if Red Bull can get in trouble for Red Bull gives you wings, then I think YouTube maybe could be in more trouble than I thought here.
Maybe. Well, I think the safest thing is to just never say anything.
Well, I think the safest thing is for YouTube to say YouTube Premium gives you wings. And then anyone stupid enough to believe it can go jump off a building.
I like that.
It solves itself, really, if you think about it.
I do think they could, I think they could have more clarifying language. I also worry about, like, okay, is every advertisement going to be I don't have a bleep button here, but a legal document at this point? Like,
I mean, I don't think anyone wants that. Like, that's the thing that I think people got to ask themselves. Like, do you want that? Like, there's a balancing act here. We don't want misleading advertising, but we also don't want to read a 30-page legal document just to understand what a product is. There's got to be something in between. We got to make this happen. All right. Why don't we jump into... Oh, yes, Dan. He moved the mic toward himself, so he's preparing to say something. Dan, speak.
Okay, that's a good point from Floatplane chat. Why am I resisting this? And I think the Red Bull gives you wings thing is really stupid, but I also think that the Pepsi jet is legendary.
I don't know. Feel free to unravel that one for us. Is it?
I feel like it is different. Because in the Pepsi jet thing, they gave it a point amount that you would need to get to. Mm-hmm.
They were very specific, and it was like in the TV commercials.
Super specific.
It was in there.
I think it's different.
Really?
I think so.
I mean, Pepsi promised a jet, and YouTube promised no interruptions.
No interruptions.
No interruptions. I think we really could both sides this one for like the rest of the show.
Maybe I'll just shut up and we'll move on.
All right. Why don't we have another just kind of free-flowing conversation topic? This came up in writers' meeting actually last week. And I was like, I don't know if it's a video essay for the main channel, but what I really think it is a really interesting conversation on WAN show. Elijah brought this up. There was a post on the subreddit, and I'm relying on the writers to bring it to me. I think I'm actually 1 month sober from even looking at our subreddit at this point, and quite frankly, nice. I'm happier for it.
Yeah, great.
This topic comes courtesy of user Zizen553, saying we should review more mid-range tech. It sparked some conversation both in the comments as well as here internally, asking like, what exactly is mid-range? And we saw people debating things like whether the $200 TV that we just did a video on is mid-range or entry-level. On a recent short circuit, Elijah referred to the Nothing 4A as Nothing's budget/entry-level phone, and some people got quite upset in the comments saying that's not budget, that's mid-range. So I guess the question here is like, you know, what does the community want, or like, what is our team's understanding of mid-range? And I think this answer is going to really vary depending on the product category. Like a perfect example of a product category that I no longer, like, I'll admit to you, as somebody who does this for a living, for my profession, for like 15 plus years now total, going back to when I was at NCIX, something I don't understand right now is how to classify GPUs. What the fuck is a mid-range GPU anymore? Because I can tell you how I used to do it, right? Like back when I was at NCIX, entry level was the actual like garbage, total waste of money, like GT 610 literally is worse than just upgrading your motherboard to something with better onboard graphics. Why are you even buying this? That was entry level. It was like, I need a secondary display output. That was entry level. And that made its way up to like probably about $100. Nowadays, you can't buy shit for under $100. So so entry level doesn't exist. And you know what? That even started to happen throughout my time at NCIX, where the entry level went from being something that even made any sense to buy to being something that was just manufactured e-waste. Then your mid-range would have been like your $100 to, I would say, like $200. Because as soon as you went beyond that, you got into like, no, this is a serious, discrete GPU for like serious gamers. It wasn't a given that everybody put a graphics card in their system. If you weren't gaming, you didn't put a GPU in your system. There was no purpose for it in general use software. Not everybody was a content creator and using the Adobe suite. Like, I feel like I'm very old man yelling at clouds right now, but it really was a totally different environment. And so by the time you got up to, you know, I'm buying something like a GTX 460 or something like that, I'm spending $220, $250, $300. Like that was getting into like mid to high end, you know, and then by the time you got up to like a 70 class card, that was high end. But here's the kicker. That 70 class card was like $350, $400, right? And that was high end. And then anything above that, you had like almost like you would have in like your DDR rankings, where you've got your alphabet and then you got S tier. So you had like your enthusiast tier, where basically everyone in putting it in that category, everyone's acknowledging that nobody needs this, that this is not necessary. This is like, we know we're spending twice as much to get 10% better performance, or, you know, whatever the numbers work out to. You're buying an Extreme Edition, you're buying an 8800 Ultra. Nobody needs this. This is an enthusiast tier. You just want to spend the money because you want the biggest EDIC. That's fine. And that's totally valid. But let's all be honest with each other about what it is. Nowadays, 1,000 Canadian dollars, right? Because I'm talking CAD back then, 1,000 Canadian dollars buys you what, in terms of like the class, like the numbers attached to the back of the GPU, I would have called like a mid-range GPU back then. Okay, maybe not quite, but like mid-high, you know, somewhere in that range. Like 1,000 Canadian dollars barely gets you like a 5070 now. And so I have no idea. For graphics cards, RAM, a lot of modern compute, to me, it feels like there maybe isn't an answer. Yeah, 5070 is about $650 so times 1.4, so that's so around 900 Canadian dollars. I think mid-range is now used. I don't think you can say that though. That's such a hack. That's a cheat. because people are still buying something. People are still buying brand new across the entire range of NVIDIA's products. So there has to be an entry level, but it seems like the answer is just no. There just isn't. NVIDIA stopped making GT. They stopped making anything that wasn't GT. Like it used to be that GT and GTX denoted like gaming cards. Now I don't think they have a product that isn't RTX, that isn't gaming. Like their product line starts for the 5060 at like $300, is it not? Actually, I think it's a little more than that. What's a 5060 8 gig? Yeah, it's higher. 5060, oh no, these are TIs, hold on. 5060 8 gig. Gotta double check. I can't find any non-TIs right now. What's going on here? 5060 8 gig. Yeah, well, it's because the TIs are the same price. So yeah, their product line starts at the cost of a secondhand PlayStation 5, which is freaking insane. Like there's no other way to describe that. And people are like, Linus is just discovering inflation, but it's not that, right? Like you can look at the die sizes and look at what those die sizes are available for in other product categories. Like an Intel, K series gaming CPU or whatever still costs the same in dollars today, pretty much as it did back when I was working at NCIX 15 years ago. So no, this is not just that. Obviously, it plays a role, absolutely. And the memory Ramageddon price crisis that's going on right now, that's obviously a factor as well. But I'm looking at this going, I don't understand how to classify this, because if I looked you in the eye right now and I said, yeah, I'm building a system with an entry-level GPU, a 5060 Ti 8 gig for $370, you'd be like, what the f***? You're out of touch. But I'm not out of touch. It's the children who are wrong. And Nvidia is the one who's out of touch. I don't make the rules. That's their entry level product.
It's the shareholders who are wrong.
Like, does entry level mean an amount to spend? Because I think that aligns with what you said, where you're like, okay, secondhand is entry level or it's mid range, right? Or is it based on what the price bands are of products you can actually buy?
I know it's like a meme on the show that I'm cheap boy, but like I was talking to some people lately and looking into some of my own stuff for buying computer hardware, and like, my God, man, it's a wasteland. I was trying to look into some decently high-end stuff because I want to start running some pretty good hardware at home for running local LLMs. And in Canada, it just doesn't exist. So that's cool. Like the used market is just not a thing. You can go on ebay.ca. You can say, I want it to come from Canada. You can do the search term and it will say, well, you can get it from the States or China. Good luck. There's it literally shows no results for a bunch of the stuff I was looking up in Canada. Very disappointing. And when looking at other people wanting to build user systems, and like, if I want to build this Steam machine that I'm talking about, I'm not getting new stuff, man. Like I was looking at the stuff that I could find on Facebook Marketplace or whatever else compared to retail prices, and I mean, it's terrible. There's a reason why Scrapyard Wars is not very interesting right now. I agree with not making Scrapyard Wars this year. It's just terrible out there. It's still better on the used market than it is from retail, especially if you're cool with it, and you probably should be, because it's actually probably fine going back to like DDR4 platforms and accepting some stuff that would probably feel weird if you're used to building computers over the course of the last 10 minus 2 or 3 years. But yeah,
this is wild.
Go back a gen, deal with some stuff. Some of the old Zen platforms that were DDR4 are still smoking.
We actually, Labs is working on an article that they sent me the first draft of, and I wrote up a script on the plane on my last trip. I've just got to tweak it, and then we're going to probably record it on Monday when I'm back in office. But
cool.
It's like a retrospective looking back on the GOAT the 1080 and 1080 Ti, and talking about now that driver support has been dropped, it's no longer getting new feature drivers. Now that there are games that exist that literally will not launch on these cards because they don't support ray tracing and the games require ray tracing, how viable are these cards still in 2026? And I was like kind of blown away by the answer. It turns out they're actually still pretty viable. It was a pretty cool little exploration.
I've been saying forever now that my buddy's son was playing Arc Raiders on a 1080, not even Ti, and he like actually was, and it was actually really good.
and they're okay.
They are.
Don't bite on the first eBay deal you see, because there's a lot of people out there going, I know what I got. But there's a lot of people too that are more realistic. I found on Facebook Marketplace deals. There were deals to be had, like 1080s for under 100 US dollars, 1080 Ti's under 150 US dollars, like 120, 130.
When I was perusing stuff pre that article being worked on, I was finding 1080s at like the $80 Canadian range.
Yeah.
When you were like kind of lucky.
Yeah.
You know, not all of them. Usually they're
there.
around 100, but you can find them down to the 80 range. And I didn't spend as much time looking for the TIs, but yeah. And like the TI has 11 or 11 and a half gigs of 11 of VRAM. Like it's pretty wicked cards.
It's
man.
relatively slow by modern standards. So you got to understand that VRAM is not the be all and end all, but it's a viable gaming card for literally tens and tens of thousands of games on Steam. You don't have to play.
And like very likely a lot of, if not all of the games that you're playing.
Yes, that's key, especially if you're coming from, if you're upgrading from something older, right? Although I don't know if too many people are upgrading to a 10 series at this point. It's been 10 years. I wrote a really fun intro for that video. It was like, oh wait, did you read it?
No, I'm just sure. I had a conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not get into it, but I am not surprised. Yeah. We can talk about it more later.
Oh, okay. Whatever. The point is, I wrote up, it was like a thing where like talking about the GOAT in GPUs is a lot like talking about the GOAT in women's tennis. Like there's room for outlier opinions, but there's no way that the 1080 sisters and the Williams sisters are not in the conversation. And it kind of builds on that. And there's actually like some fun parallels in that, the one of them came first and blazed the trail that the other one, surpassed anyone's expectations for what could be done. Like the older sister, set a bar for greatness that only the younger sister could surpass. Like, I don't know. It's kind of fun.
Honestly, I went to Steam Stats, most played top 100 games by current players. And I feel like the 1080 would do totally fine in the vast majority of this.
Yeah, what are we looking at here? Okay, we got Pal World, CS2, Dota 2. Are you kidding me? Taskbar here, some idle game. PUBG.
5M is GTA 5.
It'll play PUBG no problem, right? Like GTA 5 is literally from that era.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are we even talking about here? I mean, I don't know. Football Club 26
might have some tech that would be weird or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That might be demanding.
Probably fine. I still feel like.
Its rating is also 49% with 91,000 reviews, so maybe just spare yourself the frustration. Destiny 2 is pretty demanding, but should run. Like overall, I think, and it's not like you're not going to be able to play Mecha Chameleon, right? Like
apparently, a GTX 1080 gets 64 FPS at 1080p Ultra in EA Sports FC 26.
There you go. There you go.
What a crazy card, man. It just doesn't care. It just goes forever. They're amazing. There's clip, and we link, I think it's a video cards article or something like that in the labs article that links to, I think that article then links to a video that's from Computex from this year, where someone hands Jensen, I think it's a 1080 Ti, and you can see in his face that like I think he actually really cared about like that generation of cards. And he talks about like when he receives it, he's like, "Oh, this was a good one." And you can tell like there's probably a little bit of hamming up. There's 10 trillion cameras around or whatever,
Yeah.
but you can tell he was actually kind of like really reminiscing on it. And it's, man,
Unfortunately, that's all we can do is reminisce about it.
yeah, I do miss the pre-RTX era. But yeah, seriously, scrolling through this top 100 games by current players, you're going to be fine with most of this. There's a couple standouts where I'm like, ooh, yeah, that might be kind of rough. I remember running Tarkov on a 1080.
Yeah.
I remember it kind of sucked, and I remember I was happy when I moved on. Tarkov is number 79 on this list.
Nice.
But
Plus
man, Civ 5 is there. That's so funny.
What
is there any
about
other
6,
civilization?
though?
6 is there.
Okay.
5 and
right.
6 are both there.
All
7
right.
is not.
Yikes.
Oh,
That's
man.
a yikes.
Both of your older games being in the top 100 is sick. Your newest game not is... That's unfortunate.
I got a question that I've been holding on to for a little bit here from Athan Immortal, and this is going to break your brain. Athan asks, what is the modern equivalent to something like just a Matrox, I just need a display card? Well, it's funny you should ask, because the modern equivalent is just the equivalent. We have not moved on to this day from the GeForce 210, which no longer carries the GT modifier, apparently. I think it used to, although I could be wrong. It's been a while. This is a card that has, I shit you not, PCIe 2.0 and 1 gigabyte of DDR3, all for the low, low price of 45 US dollarinos. What the actual fuck? Nvidia just straight up stopped making entry-level GPUs, which honestly kind of makes sense because they were stupid and onboard graphics is so much better than them already. But also just... what? Like, when did the GeForce 210 come out? Release date. Hold on, I'm looking it up. Get your loud keyboard out of here. 2009. 2009!
So are you saying they're making new ones still?
As far as I can tell, that was an in-stock item, brand new. So there ain't no way that it's leftover inventory from 17 years ago. So that answers your question.
Drivers for it?
I mean, there must be. It's a brand new card you can still buy. 2009. That's insane. You know what's really crazy about that? Linus entry-level GPUs. Remember, we've done that video twice where we basically just call out, don't buy entry-level GPUs. They're a waste of money. So here's one of the times. Okay, I don't even know what card we were talking about. Cheap does not mean good value. Okay, this was a 1030. Okay, so we called out that. There was one we did way, way earlier that, like, what does this have to do? Oh, sponsored. Like, search, man. Search on frickin' YouTube. What is even the point of using it at all? I swear, I can't find, like, anything on YouTube anymore. Okay, I'm going to have to try and find this and then...
Part of it, this is another interesting conversation at open source with different creators and stuff, but part of it's just modern packaging. I'm gonna complain about it. We have to do it, so it is what it is. But title and thumbnail, title and thumbnail needing to be the way that they kind of need to be makes search atrocious. but it's so heavily promoted. The impact, like, I mean, creators have been talking about, okay, I understand you don't want clickbait thumbnails, but if I put up a non-clickbait thumbnail, I get freaking owned. And if I put up a clickbait thumbnail, or not even a clickbait thumbnail, if I put up an enticing thumbnail, then it actually works and you guys actually watch the videos. But it's like way more real now. Talking to creators here even about like, oh yeah, I put up a better thumbnail and my retention went up by 8%. And it's like, what? Like, it just, viewer behaviors are wild. And yeah, someone said, nah, it's clickbait. I'm like, yeah, you can call it clickbait all you want. It's completely necessary and it's not going anywhere. That's the problem that I'm pointing out here.
But what's dumb about it is YouTube has so much metadata on these videos that there is no reason, and I'm about to prove it, that they couldn't release that they couldn't give me the right result. What was the Linus Tech Tips video where he said entry-level GPUs are a waste of money? Boom, here's one of them. If you're thinking of an older video, Linus and Luke ranted about it in this video. Oh my God, it's another ad for Roundup. You've got to be kidding. Does the ad pause if you switch tabs? It does. That's demonic.
See? They don't do that with premium. Let's go.
Hold on, there's an older one. Low-end video cards rant. Okay, so that was based on the R7 240. Your one from 10 years ago called out the GT210, which, oh my God, was cheaper then than it is today.
Is it time for another one? Do you have to do another video? Do we need to make it like a fourth or whatever it is now?
No. This video is from 2016. Yeah.
I mean, it's been a lot of years.
Bang on, I guess.
Been a decade.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so inflation would have brought that up by $10. Crazy.
But let's see. Okay, so I search for low-end video cards, Linus on YouTube. Okay, and it literally finds the one. It brings up 50/50. I guess that answers our question about what entry level is, according to YouTube. And then what is this? Okay, YouTube made me review this budget GPU. That's actually a pretty on-topic one. Terrible news, cloud gaming is good now. What are you talking about? People also watch. What is this?
Can you do an experiment for me? Can you take the exact term, phrase, whatever sentence you typed into Google?
Well, that's what I was trying...
Into YouTube?
Okay, so low-end video cards was exactly what I searched for. Low-end video cards, Linus. No. It couldn't bring up that video.
What you put into Google search.
Oh, sure.
Copy the entire thing.
No, it's gone. Sorry. Yeah, I closed that tab already.
History?
Oh no, you're gonna find all my stuff. Okay, I've apparently reused that tab.
Okay. Darn.
Alt left arrow does not. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, Control-Shift-T. People are saying that should bring a tab back if you close a tab.
Yeah, but I didn't. I reused it. This is Red Bull gives you wings lawsuit. Sorry guys, I computed wrong.
Maybe don't worry about it then.
Yeah,
I've been wondering if, and I haven't actually tried it myself, but I've been wondering if YouTube has been moving more towards natural language search as they, insert Gemini into everything.
Okay, here's the original. Finally found it. Oh. Sorry, another ad came up. Low-end video cards rant, Radeon R7 240 unboxing and review. And our thumbnail for this literally was a stupid product. No one buy it. And here we are all these years later. Do you think you can still buy an R7 240?
I feel like that one
I
maybe
hope not. Holy fucking shit.
Wow.
Okay, hold on, though. This looks like this has got to be an old listing. These are just like old garbage. You got to be kidding me. I can buy a new one from Ilmo Proing brand. That's not as bad as the Nvidia one that's like still available from actual authorized AIBs. I'm dead here. Can you imagine back then, back in 2016, anyone with a straight face trying to sell a GPU from 2006. Like trying to sell you like an X800 Pro or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what would that even be?
Yeah.
Dear God.
Like a 70. Well, 2006. What would that even be? That would be like GeForce 6. When did the 6800 GT come out? I feel like that must have been around then. Oh, 2004. So that would be like a 77,000. That would be like a 7,000 series. But this is
right. I'm looking at like a timeline of Nvidia releases.
Yeah. And then what would have been current in 2016? That would have been like 780 series.
And it would have been a low end card from back then too. Which is crazy.
No, that would have been later. That would have been like 980. GPU, hold on, let me double check. No, dude, that was the 1080. So that would have been like someone trying to sell you a 6800 GT when the 1080 existed for $499. That's crazy. And now that I think about it, the 10 series also happened to be the last generation to get a decent entry-level GPU. The 1030 in the right RAM configuration was actually not crap. The 10's just the GOAT. It's just the GOAT. You look at it, you look at the 10 series compared to what came 10 years before it, and you look at it compared to what came 10 years after it, and the difference is just staggering in both cases. Like how well it kept up with what came 10 years later and how far ahead it was of what was 10 years before.
I think 8800 GTX technically launched in 2006. I think it was November.
Oh, did it? All right. I'll allow it.
But, I mean, for most of that year, it would have been 7000 series.
Crazy.
But yeah, November 8, 2006. How much do you think it was?
The 8800, which one?
GTX.
The GTX? Hold on, I might actually remember this.
Card.
I think it was $699, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, $600 is what I'm seeing.
Is it $599?
But probably
the Ultra was
US.
$999 though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, that was $600 US. So you might be remembering Canadian prices.
I'd probably just forget. I would have been thinking in US prices back then as well, because all of our pricing at NCIX was just derived from US pricing anyway, because we were buying in US dollars but then selling in Canadian dollars, so we constantly had to be like hedging for exchange and stuff. It was the whole thing. The 8800 GT though, that was goated for value. That thing was incredible. It was almost the performance of an 8800 GTX, but it was like $350 or something like that when it first came out, or like $299 or something. It was crazy. It's crazy. Like if you talk to people who have been in Nvidia long enough, they'll like still remember the trauma of accidentally releasing a product for like $150 less than what they should have been charging for it, because you don't actually like win, because the handful of people that were able to get their hands on them, like they're happy, but everyone else who's getting it scalped or just who can't get one is just mad at you. Like it's actually not good to price something too low. It can end up causing more backlash than it causes goodwill with customers, which is a really unintuitive thing that I think consumers, if they just focus on sort of their own feelings and forget that there's like a lot of other customers out there and not all of them are going to be able to get one at that price, can easily forget. Like I don't envy, my girl Taylor Swift, right? She has her concert ticket prices. If she goes too low, nobody can get one. Everyone's mad. Scalpers rejoice. If she goes too high, she's a money grubbing bitch, and how dare she price it so high? Like, nailing the exact right price. And then back to our what's entry level, what's mid-range. Part of that conversation we haven't even gotten into yet is that it's all relative. It's all relative to your income. which, by the way, whether you have an entry level or a high-end income is super relative to where you live and your cost of living. And so everyone's got their completely different perspective on it. So no matter where you price something, someone's going to be mad because you're pricing it like a premium offering, and someone else is going to be mad because if you just charged a little more for it, then I wouldn't have to stand next to all the riffraff in line at Disney, or, well, like whatever their perspective is, right?
Yeah. Man,
that would be a hell of a move for the Disney theme parks, to have like one day a month where the ticket is like $2,000 and they're just like, yeah, whatever, you. The park is practically empty. You basically walk onto every ride. I bet people would pay it. They would.
I promise you they would. Yeah.
Oh, man. Back
to the 8800 though. It's one of my favorite generations of graphics cards.
Yeah.
I just looked up the Ultra because I remember I think it was just so obviously never going to happen that I just like almost erased this from my memory. Because I remember being like, when I was shopping for cars at that time, like I was not going to be able to afford an Ultra. So I think I just kind of forgot about it. The Shroud version, which might have been all of them, I don't think so. But the Shroud version that had like the bump.
That's the Ultra.
For the fan. Yeah. Was that every Ultra? Yeah. Was every Ultra like that?
I believe so, because that was one of the early examples of Nvidia having almost like a founders or reference cooler.
Yeah.
And their AIBs were not allowed to really modify it. So all you really got was like kind of stickers on this. They all looked like this with the like funky fan belt.
The first time I saw one of these in person was when I started working with you.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I just remember being like, damn.
She was a thick girl.
Yeah.
By the standards then. Like extending.
Yeah, now it's like small.
Extending beyond the top of the PCIe slot bracket thing was crazy at the time. Two power connectors. Like for contrast, here's what the 8800 GTX, which was basically the same damn thing, just not clocked as high. Here's what the GTX looked like, which was pretty cool. But it didn't have
even like this was like, that's a big card.
But it didn't have that big full coverage shroud on it.
Yeah. So sweet.
What a time to be alive. Anyway, cool. That was a cool, fun conversation. We still don't have an answer as to what exactly the crap mid-range tech is. I
don't think it exists right now. I think it's a lie.
Well, it does exist.
I think it's completely contextual based on whether you're willing to buy used stuff, where you live right now, because there's actually surprisingly different pricing geographically right now.
And the product category. Mid-range TVs 100% exist.
Yeah.
Entry-level TVs that are worth buying 100% exist. But not every category has a functioning entry-level or mid-range. Yeah. And so I don't know what us covering more mid-range tech necessarily even looks like. It's good feedback.
It also doesn't work. We've talked about this a bunch.
It can.
It doesn't.
It can.
Yes. Yeah,
so one formula that I've been bugging the writing team for us to like get on is I want to make a habit of going to Costco like once every quarter. And if we don't have a video on a tech item that's in Costco, we basically consider that a failure. Because if it's mainstream enough that Costco carries it, people need information about it. And if people need information about it and we're not providing it, then we suck. And that's sort of the mentality I want us to have about it.
You know what I'd watch? Linus helping somebody buy a TV at Costco.
I'd watch that too.
You taking like some employee from LMG that's like thinking of like they want to buy a TV.
Yeah.
And you just taking them on a trip to Costco, and then they can ask about different TVs. Oh, I think I like this one. You can tell them like why it's, good or not.
Yeah, sure.
I would love that.
You don't like that one. That one has Tizen. What's a Tizen?
Yeah, sure. But seriously.
It's the devil.
Like
In all seriousness though, man, I hate that some of Samsung's TVs are so good because I do find myself recommending them sometimes, even though I know that you're going to have to deal with that. But like at the end of the day, image quality is king for me. So it might be hard for me to recommend something necessarily because my priorities are not the same as someone else's. But what I can do is demystify. Like if they ask a question, I can explain like, oh yeah, it has that or it doesn't have that. The whole just like Linus goes shopping with people format has actually been really successful. And going in and reviewing the videos, like I can see why. It's really enjoyable. And I also I really enjoy teaching people. This gets us really well into the Floatplane announcement, so we can get that out of the way. But we did a Floatplane exclusive this week that is probably the most fun that I've had shooting one in quite a while. Actually, there's a couple banger Floatplane exclusives this week. We have episode 2 of Pull the Trigger if you get a tech question wrong. Catchy name, Sammy, good job. But basically, it's like tech roulette, and you have to take a chance at soaking yourself if the other person gets the answer first. So it was Luke versus Nick Harris from the lab. And then the other one is episode 2 of LMG Learns Life Skills. So episode 1, I think, was Elijah learning to ride a bike. And episode 2 is Colton and Nicole, who I did not know how to swim. But I give them a swimming lesson. And it was actually really fun. It's been fun reading through the comments. Just because, like, this reminds me of how Linus can be awesome at teaching stuff to people. We don't get to see him do this very often, but we can clearly see how professional he is while doing this. That's literally my job, is to teach people about tech. I think it's one of those funny things where it's like if you saw your school teacher teaching someone piano, you might go, oh, wow, you're a really good piano teacher. But like teaching anything follows very, very similar principles, and it's a really similar process. So like when you're teaching a physical skill, it's just demo, describe, do, correct. And you just repeat that cycle. And as long as you understand how to do it pretty well and you have an analytical eye, it's actually, okay, maybe this is me then. Maybe not everyone feels this way, but it's actually really fun. It's really rewarding. And it tickles exactly the same part of my brain as, like, Luke, you described the joy of like troubleshooting a tech problem, or like debugging something, and like that aha moment of like getting it working. It's exactly the same thing. It's the aha moment of getting someone to process that they need to be blowing bubbles and kicking at the same time. Otherwise, they are going to sink and they are going to die. And seeing that now that will no longer be the case, and they might have a chance of not unaliving themselves if they, fall into water at some point. Like it's exciting. It's fun. And I had a lot of fun with it. And it's just one of those things that is funny for me too, because I talked about it a lot more in the early days of the channel, but I often forget that a lot of people watching today were not born when we started this channel. I literally am a very professional swimming lessons teacher because I literally did it for a job. Like that was my first job, was to teach swimming lessons. I'm a professionally trained water safety instructor. So yeah, it's not that crazy for me to be able to teach people to swim. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun though. It's fun. I had a really good time. But yeah, Happy Merlin says, I really like this video, especially that this time the instructor actually had a plan how to instruct them and seemed competent doing it. It's like, yeah, I have I have like hundreds of hours under my belt teaching swimming lessons. I know how to do it. I was a little rusty. But actually, because I had planned to teach my kids and then I never got around to it, I ended up hiring someone. I went and I got my hands on like an old WSI like workbook. It wasn't the same one. It was like the American one, and I had taught the Canadian one. But the principles are pretty much the same, so I was able to follow it along and put together a nice little program for Colton and Nicole. It was good though. And like Sammy did a great job of filming. We've got like this underwater footage and everything. It's a fun little exclusive. What else am I supposed to say about Floatplane? Blah, blah, blah. Open link. First one being tech roulette. Blah, 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 blah. Show the thumbnail. Sammy's got a bunch of instructions in here. I don't follow the instructions, but whatever. And we have some mouth-watering early access. Sell the video, Linus. Sell the video. What does he mean? Oh, this is a fun one. This was actually a media team labs collaboration. So we tested a bunch of the top gaming distros to determine, hey, is there a gaming advantage for one over the others? And it actually has a companion article over on the LTT Labs website where they get into some of the more daily drivery, like setup-y details in addition to just the performance benchmark. So it's a really nice little 1-2 content piece that I think you guys are really going to enjoy. So that's live on Floatplane now. You guys can get wet with us at lmg.gg/fpwan. Alrighty then, Sammy. Thank you. Oh, I get it, because both of the exclusives were water themed. All right, sure, fine. I'll allow it. All right, what are we supposed to be doing next? Sponsors. No, I think we should do a topic or two before we do sponsors again.
Then why do you ask?
Wait, have we done any sponsors yet?
No.
Holy crap, Dan! You gotta tell me earlier. We've been live for 2.5 hours. The show is brought to you by Vessi. Just because it's summer doesn't mean you don't want to be caught in a surprise storm with soggy socks. Vessi. Vessi Storm Bursts are a great summer adventure companion. And as always, Vessi claims they're 100% waterproof like the rest of their shoes. Since they come in a variety of colors and they have low and high top options, you're going to be able to find a perfect pair that goes great with your wardrobe. Something we don't talk about often when it comes to Vessi shoes is they're actually vegan. Every pair of shoes is made with eco-conscious materials that are animal-friendly. And every pair of Stormbursts is built to handle all environments, whether you're traveling in a new city or spending some time away in nature. Vessi offers a year warranty on everything they sell, as well as a great 30-day return policy if you're not happy with your purchase. And all orders over $110 come with free shipping in North America. A little rain shouldn't be the reason you stay home. Get 15% off your first pair of Vessis at vessi.com/WAN show. The show is also brought to you by OpManager Nexus. It's a full-stack observability platform that gives you and your IT team a single, clear view of your entire infrastructure. There's no need to build everything out from the beginning either. It plugs right into the Manage Engine ecosystem with the tools your team already uses. If your team prefers to work from the cloud, you're set. But even if you prefer on-site servers or a hybrid approach, OpManager meets you where you are. It's built to be deployed quickly and uses customizable dashboards so each member of your team gets the reports and information they need the most. Plus, with a global network of localized data centers, everything stays highly available because they know reliability is extremely important. It's backed with strong data encryption, adhering to industry and regional compliance rules so your data stays protected. And, well, I wasn't really going anywhere with that sentence, so OpManager Nexus. Stop guessing and start knowing with full stack visibility. We'll have a link for you in the video description. Are you meditating over there?
No. I was thinking, I don't know.
Okay, so then
Maybe
yes.
that's kind of the same thing.
Don't hurt yourself. Back to more topics.
Strain of brain cell.
Strain of thought.
I used the brain cell for too long.
Mom says it's my turn.
No.
I used it out. It's burnt up. Topics, I guess?
Sure, yeah, why not?
This is done. Yeah, let's do this one. 75% of all PlayStation 3 games are now playable on PC as RPCS 3 nears full preservation. The open source PS3 emulator, RPCS 3.
It's like designed to trip you up.
In there earlier.
Amazing.
Yeah, that one's tough. Just announced that 75% of the entire PlayStation 3 catalog. By the way, I read that I think like 4 times before I got there. Never saw the C. Anyways, makes sense that it's there. PC, but whatever.
Yep, the
Anyways,
PCS3.
Yeah.
You got
75%
this.
of the entire catalog is now playable on PC. That's 2,681 of the 3,559 games it tracks marked playable, meaning they run start to finish with acceptable performance and no game-breaking bugs, up from 70% in January. This is an aside. That might be a nicer way for Proton DB to talk about things, because I'm at the point where I just assume gold means not worth my time. But anyways, moving forward, a few big exclusives like The Last of Us, God of War 3, and Metal Gear Solid 4 are still in the in-game tier, which makes sense since those pushed the original hardware hardest.
Yeah, in-game just means you can get past the menu but you can't rely on it to be stable or not have any bugs.
Okay, sure.
So they can get in game, but you can't.
Get in game, yeah. You can't play all the way through for sure, just fine. This comes right after Sony confirmed it's shutting down the PS3 and Vita stores by 2027, which turns RPCS3 into the de facto preservation tool for a generation Sony is actively sunsetting. The team also just re-implemented a chunk of the PS3 system software in open source code, inching towards the goal of running games without needing Sony's firmware at all. Wow.
Our discussion question's a hot one. Every time a company pulls the plug on old hardware, it feels like it's the volunteer emulator scene that actually saves the games. Should preservation really be falling entirely on unpaid communities? No.
Yeah.
Yep. Not much of a discussion question, but certainly a good point for us to talk about. And our other discussion question is, if emulation is the only thing keeping some of these games alive, is it still fair to call it a legal gray area? Yes. Yes, it is.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
Also, this is. Does this make complete sense, the argument that we're making? Because most PS3 games had physical releases.
Did I make an argument?
Oh, no. Every time a company pulls a plug on old hardware, they pull the plug on the old hardware.
The thing about the old hardware, though,
work fine.
They do, but does Sony provide replacement parts for them?
Okay, but that's a different
thing. That's
not open source communities.
There's a finite amount of hardware that will... And there's a finite lifespan of that hardware before sometime in the future when it will all be gone. There is, other than emulation and other than preservationists, no other way to use that aforementioned disk. And so I think, I don't think it's a disingenuous point to make, because that's exactly what they're raising, is when the plug gets pulled on the hardware, and there's various stages of plug pulling. Like, one of the plugs that gets pulled is we're not selling it anymore. Another plug that gets pulled is there's no longer any under warranty. Then there's no replacement parts. Then there's, and so on and so on and so on and so forth, until someday there will not be a single PlayStation 3 that is left functioning.
I just don't know if it's the same argument. Like, there's like, okay, when we're talking about, like, should it be entirely up to unpaid communities? So what are we expecting them to do, I guess, is my question.
Well,
so they made this console.
Yeah.
They didn't stop it from working.
I mean,
they sold these games with physical copies, lots of them. I still suspect the majority of PS3 games were sold physical. I don't
definitely.
think most people had switched over at that time. So there's an incredible amount of physical copies out there. There's 80 million PS3s out there. What is the company supposed to do when they are expected to create an emulation port for a completely separate system, also known as the computer? Does that make sense? Is that fair?
I think we've talked about this in the past, and I think that you and I kind of both settled on, well, if I have some way to buy it at a somewhat reasonable price and forever, then yeah, we consider the emulation a lot less necessary. Like, if...
Oh, I'm not against the emulation.
Like, if the PlayStation Store still... If you were still able to buy those games and run them on modern hardware, then I don't think there's any preservationist argument to be made. But in a lot of cases, you can't.
That's not what I'm arguing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
To be super clear. I'm not against the preservation here in the slightest.
I didn't say you were.
My specific line is where it
plug.
says, should it be fully on unpaid communities? That's the line that I'm looking at. Is like, by saying that,
sure.
What do we expect? What is the action we're looking for PlayStation to have taken here?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The action that I think you and I have talked about in the past, and that we agreed that they could take, and that would make all of this unnecessary, is if you could still buy these titles and still play them on modern hardware. Because that would completely get around any kind of future where PlayStation 3 hardware is no longer viable or no longer available. But in a lot of cases, that doesn't happen. It doesn't go down like that. And so in those cases, I look at something like a Chrono Trigger for SNES, and I go, okay, well, like, fuck you, Nintendo. Like, you don't make this available to me in any other way. So, like, it's not like you're profiting if I go buy a secondhand SNES cartridge anyway. So what are we even talking about here? Actually, I don't know if Chrono Trigger is a great example. Is that available on other platforms? Chrono Trigger buy. Like, can you buy it today for any other oh, no, it's on Steam. Okay, so bad example, but there are many titles that were never ported to future platforms. And if it was me today and I was like, I want to play Chrono Trigger, I would buy it for $15. I would think it's not great to pirate that for me. And everyone can make their own choice. I'm not passing a judgment if you decide to download a ROM of Chrono Trigger and play it that way.
We're talking about different things.
Well, the only thing I'm trying to answer is, should it be falling entirely on unpaid communities? And I'm saying, if the paid people, like the software engineers at Sony, were making it so that you could play these games on the modern hardware, then it wouldn't be falling on unpaid communities. Sony would be doing it. But if they don't do that, then it is falling on unpaid communities, because otherwise nobody's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're having different conversations.
Oh, so what do you mean then?
So I was never questioning, like, if this isn't happening, then this happens. If this doesn't happen, or if this does happen, then this doesn't happen. Like, yeah, sure. It's the should. So that's why I keep coming back to, like, what should Sony do in this case? So are we expecting them as a company to permanently emulate every single game that ever gets released on any console they've ever had? Is that the action?
I think,
like, the thing that I'm questioning is, what is the action that we're asking from them? Because you're saying it should be available. So, okay, so Sony, not necessarily the individual studios, but Sony needs to emulate 3,559 games forward to every single console or PC and make it compatible until the end of time. And then do that for PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 and 4 and everything.
I mean, I think that a lot of people would also settle for...
Maybe they can contribute?
Yeah, I think a contribution would go a long way, yeah.
Maybe there's some threshold where, like, if you sell a certain amount of consoles or something... Sure, or they could... You're expected to contribute... once you sunset that console, you're expected to contribute some amount of software development hours or something.
Or at the very least, they could just, like, screw off and not, like, make life miserable for the people who are doing it.
Are they doing that?
They can be very litigious around certain things, like the firmware, for instance, is one of the ways that Sony fights emulation by going after anybody hosting firmware files, which are copyrightable, even if there's other aspects of emulation that are considered to be, a separate independent work and non-infringing. So it's in response to our other discussion question here, it's absolutely a legal gray area, because you can download an emulator and it's not illegal to host an emulator download. No one's going to be able to go after you for that. But as soon as you're hosting, like, the .sc, ph, or whatever, like, firmware files, then you're in real trouble. So tracking those down is just like it's like an endless maze of cross-referencing Reddit posts to where there's an active download link for it, because it all ultimately gets pulled down. And if it wasn't Sony doing it, then I don't know who it would be. I don't know. I think there's, given the financial incentive to, like, keep making these games available, and how, with all the tools that Sony has to build forward and backward compatibility, which they clearly, have done. So no, I actually don't think it's that unreasonable to ask them to continue to do that. I mean, they have done it.
Yeah, I think there's actions that could make sense. I like the idea. It's interesting. Interesting approaches. Yeah, I'm wondering, like one thing I'm wondering is, okay, if the firmware is a problem, Like, all right, once they get rid of the store, so okay, they're shutting down the PS3 store in 2027.
The Vita too,
So
I think.
on the date that they ditch the store, if they open source the firmware,
I mean,
like, is that an action that would like work for people?
that'd be a pretty bro move. I mean, I think there's a lot more documentation that would be extremely helpful, so that it didn't all have to be reverse engineered.
No, they would never, guys. We're not talking about if they would do it. I'm talking. I feel like I'm not communicating this clearly. We're talking. Should preservation be falling on the unpaid communities? Okay, everyone's effectively being like, okay, no. So then it's like, all right, then in that case, what action do we want them to take? And then I'm trying to figure out what thing, not what they would do, but what action do we want them to take? Maybe the firmware is too much. Okay, maybe they don't want to do that. It's trademarkable. It's a little bit too far. What other step is then going to work?
I would accept
them contributing to the open source code.
I'd accept
be a little far from
Sony doing the work and continuing to commercialize it. And if they aren't going to do that, then I think that's where we get into some of the solutions you're talking about, where they contribute to a preservationist society, or they or do something. They even if it's cost prohibitive, right? Like, here's a compromise that I could see someone like a Sony potentially agreeing to, is they basically go, okay, well, here's the cell architecture, and you can port it to an FPGA if you really want to. By the way, that FPGA is going to be like an $8,000, thing, because cell architecture was ridiculous or whatever.
Yeah.
Good luck doing anything with this, because at least what that would do is it would create a future 20, 30 years from now, when, again, it comes down to when are all those PS3s going to die? When all of those are actually starting to die,
eventually.
Maybe it becomes viable by that point to do an affordable FPGA PS3. Like,
at least you're making it more reasonably possible.
Give us some point on the horizon that we could look toward and go, okay, there's our target.
Tools.
That's what we're sailing toward to ensure that this entire generation of gaming history isn't lost. But right now, they're doing nothing. They're actively working against those efforts. And quite frankly, I mean, I understand why, because in a lot of cases, this is software that is still available and does still contribute commercially to the endeavors that Sony is undertaking. Like, I get that. Obviously, they're going to be anti-piracy. They make money selling software. But there's got to be an eye toward, okay, tens of years in the future, how do we make sure that the efforts today to block piracy don't prevent it from being preserved? Where's the middle ground?
Yeah. Okay. A fun topic.
Oh,
PC Gamer turns Steam games into do you want to talk about something?
I knew you were going to love this. I picked this just for you. I didn't really care about it.
Dude, it's so sick. I actually kind of even just want to do this myself, because it sounds incredible.
I knew it. I knew it.
Even just having oh man, I wonder how absurd they would become. But if you could make an e-ink display that shows the art of the game, because these are 128 gig SSDs. Like, I don't want to have a trillion of them. But if I had maybe 5 that were some of my more recent games, and then I could update the art on it, that would be so sweet.
Okay. Luke, do you want to read the thing? W. Calderini says, tell us the topic?
Fair enough. I got too excited. My bad. Redditor Jibril-sama built a Steam game cartridge system by loading individual games onto used 2.5-inch SATA SSDs, then 3D printing custom cartridge shells with cover art so they look like oversized Switch carts. It works by triggering a script that auto-launches the game when it detects the SSD has been put into the dock, or alternatively, just drops you on the correct Steam page so then you can click play. The whole thing runs on Linux using UDEV, using a UDEV rule to detect the drive and a systemd service to run the script. No, you don't care about any of that kind of stuff. But it's recreatable on Windows without the auto launch part. But I mean, you're probably switching to Linux anyways, so you can make it the coolest version. It's a novelty more than a practical setup. The notes say, this doesn't seem that impractical to me. And the games are still digitally licensed. So it's not true preservation. Yeah, it's not preservation, it's just fun. But the timing struck a nerve. It's landing, yeah, that's a good point. It's landing right as the PlayStation disc death news has everyone talking about physical media again, and it scratches the itch of physically picking a game off the shelf. And one of the reasons why I would want to do this is it would be fun to, like, I don't know, once a quarter or something, be like, you know what? These are the games I would love to, like, get off the backlog.
Yeah, and then you're intentful about it.
Yeah. Yep. I sit down on the computer, what do I want to play? Well, I've got these 4 or 5 in front of me.
Yep.
Which one do I want to put in? I put the card in, it just starts the game and I'm going. There's not the like Steam library fatigue that you run into. Yeah, this is
the
freaking
paralysis.
Awesome.
You want to hear the best news? You want to hear the best part?
What's up? Yeah.
128 gig like old SATA SSDs can be had for like as little as $15.
Yeah.
Here's some old SanDisks. You know, so you could get your 5 games for 19 Canadian dollars each. So it would be a grand total, here we go, of 115 Canadian dollars for all your game carts if you wanted to build something like this.
I think it's cooler to have the game on there. And then that keeps some storage off your actual drives that are in your system and stuff like that. So it's like very likely worth it. But realistically, if you already have a big game drive, you don't have to have an SSD for each one of these. You just need the launch script. So you could have some really tiny storage. It could probably be like an SD card, effectively.
You know you wouldn't like it as much that way.
No, I want to do the SSD.
Yeah.
That is sick. That is fantastic. I'm not even talking for me. I'm just talking if somebody's like, I don't necessarily want to do that, or maybe used SSDs are more expensive where I am.
I knew you were gonna love this. I saw this headline and I was looking into it. I'm just like, all right, I gotta put this on the WAN show, doc. I'm gonna bring this to Luke.
Yeah. Somebody said USB drives. Yeah, you could use like old USB drives.
I mean,
it's just a little tiny auto launch script. You can put it on like anything.
You could use an RFID chip. You could just put a card on you could like boop a card in order to launch the game. Like you could do this with anything, but having it's fun
having it actually chunk in. It actually has the data on the drive. It's cool. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's wicked.
Cool.
This paired with the operating systems that dude at Whaleland did.
Oh yeah.
He had operating systems on?
Yeah, he had Windows and Linux operating systems on SSD cartridges for his like old school modded system. It was so cool.
So based.
Didn't he make it look like NES carts or something?
Yeah. No, I think it was for an NES modded system. So then they looked like NES carts and they like went in, but they were like U.2 drives. Like they were like crazy.
I have to do that for my server.
No, you don't have to do anything.
No,
Dan.
I have to do that.
You have to do that.
Required
Can you explain?
Law.
He actually was just sitting there like this. He wasn't even on camera.
Oh my God, I gotta. I'm leaving. Have a good
I have work to do. I must go. I have been compelled.
On topic, to do with PlayStation and game preservation, Sony is planning to stop producing physical game discs in 2028. Okay, we know this. This points to a digital-only PlayStation 6. Unfortunately, that's a huge problem for like a big chunk of the world. 121 countries cannot officially create PSN accounts or access the PlayStation Store. So in a disc-free future, players in those regions would have no official way to buy PlayStation 6 games at all.
So this is the same problem that we had with Helldivers, right? I'm remembering, I think this is the exact same problem that Helldivers had. Oh.
This whole discussion about how 62% of countries are locked out of PlayStation was kicked off from a Reddit user pointing out that Georgia has no PlayStation Store, meaning that Georgians would not be able to buy games after 2028. It is important context on that 62% number, though, that this is counting countries, not players and not revenue. So the excluded list, Estonia, Jamaica, Kenya, Pakistan, Vietnam, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, and others, is mostly smaller markets, and roughly 70% of Sony's gaming revenue already comes from North America and Europe, where access to the PSN, or PlayStation Network and PlayStation Store is not a problem. But these other regions have historically leaned on physical media precisely because PSN isn't available. So losing discs is going to hit them the hardest, even if they're a small slice of Sony's balance sheet. This lands while Sony is already under pressure on the digital ownership front, facing a $450 million lawsuit from a Dutch nonprofit and a planned antitrust complaint from Mexican lawmakers. Sony has not announced any plan to expand PSN to those 121 countries before the 2028 cutoff, and there's unconfirmed speculation that the PS6 could offer an optional external disk drive. Our discussion question is, Sony is asking the whole world, well, not really asking, demanding that the whole world go digital when a big chunk of the world quite literally can't. Is dropping discs a reasonable business call, or is it a giant FU to the gamers who relied on physical media the most?
By the way, I'm doing a really quick tally of populations.
Can it be both?
And it's billions of people. I know we're talking about smaller countries. It is billions of people. From a business
standpoint, I see the logic. But from a human standpoint, it's very clear how problematic the behavior is. I think both of those things can be equally true.
Yeah, sure. Because maybe, there are billions of people, but how many of them are getting PlayStations? There are billions of people.
Especially PlayStation 6s. What's a PS6 going to cost?
Yeah. How reduced are the prices they're paying on those stores because of currency stuff? Blah, 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 blah. That all converts into business value, whatever. But oh my God, just have physical freaking discs, bro. What wasn't it almost 20% of PlayStation sales were still physical? Do we really have to cut this off?
I mean, it was less that it was still 20% or 25 or something like that, and it was more how quickly it was trending towards all digital.
Right, that's right.
It's moving fast. Gamers are making a lot of noise about losing physical media, and
they're
then
making a lot of action about buying
lining up to buy digital media.
Yeah.
And I am an early adopter of digital media. I basically stopped buying physical games when Steam became a thing.
Well, you didn't have a choice.
I know.
Computer games stopped being available physically.
I still had a choice. I switched over well before I didn't have a choice.
Oh, well, you're a fart then.
Well, I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it? I do miss my old Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos box. That was the last.
Maybe you should have kept buying them.
That was the last cool full-sized game box that I bought, and I had it up on my shelf. That was cool. That was sick.
I kept buying them when I could. The PC games disappeared from stores really fast.
Oh yeah.
Really
overnight,
fast.
Man.
Yeah.
I went from when we were at Future Shop, I wanted to go see the PC game aisle to what is even the point? Why is this even here? So fast.
I only stopped buying physical games because they just literally were not available. And then for a while there, you could only get them if you bought the collector's edition, and then even the collector's edition just turned into digital codes.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know.
Gambler says, I also switched over. Digital seemed so much more convenient. That was before I knew the evil that would then happen. I mean, evil is a strong word, but anti-consumer I could get behind.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do the sponsor spots in a minute, Dan. First, I want to do this. I have something called Linus Bonus Topic. I got tagged in a tweet this week from something that almost certainly is the most AI thing that I have encountered in quite some time. So here's some AI person. That's about the most AI profile picture I think I've ever seen, with a generic, handle. How an NCIX dropout built Linus Tech Tips into YouTube's biggest tech channel. That's pretty debatable, but sure, whatever. And basically, it's like an ego thing. So they generate these pages, tag the person, and then presumably try to get you to talk about them. And it's like a lot of awards are like this, where you pay to be considered for an award, and then because no one pays for it, you win the award, and then you get write-ups about yourself, and it's like, ick. Anyway, the point is, I was like, okay, what is this? I'll bite. Let's have a look. And basically what I came away from this with is that this is, in a nutshell, the death of the internet, Luke. The end of being able to find reliable information on the internet, because this is like snake eating its own tail content generation that is ultimately only designed to feed into LLMs, which is going to create more content, which is going to pull. So let's go through here for fun and find some of the things that are wrong in this article. That if you dig into who these guys, yeah. If you dig into who these guys are, they are claimable and collectible. So you'll one true page for everyone, making something real, claimable, correctable, and built to be found. This is really important. Built to be found by AI. Okay, and then so who the crap were you guys again? I forget. I looked it up, and basically it was two people from, I want to say, you know what, I'm not going to say where they were from because I forget. Hold on. Where are they? So the company is based in Peterborough, or something like that. And yeah, it's two Pakistani nationals that maybe are related because they have the same last name, that are listed as the founders over on Endol Open. So make of that what you will. Who knows? Maybe everything's fake. But let's go ahead and let's have a look at just how many things are wrong here before we even have to go too far. At the very top, not too bad. Negotiated a YouTube channel worth millions for exactly $1. Actually, I lied. That's pretty terrible because it wasn't worth millions at the time. Built a media company from the garage with his wife. That's a nice name for you, Luke. No, just kidding. My wife was involved at the beginning. Okay, I'll give them a pass on this clause. And still gets on camera to handle the hardware himself. Okay, fair enough. The most famous tech reviewer on the internet, not sure about that, is also the one who drops the most gear. Okay, so it's AI generated, but it got, 70% right? Which I guess is about on par. Some of this
70%? How do this? Okay, here's a fun question. How are you quantifying that?
By words, by word count,
word,
Luke.
Character, or sentence?
I'm giving, if they have the word the and it's in the right spot in a sentence that is mostly correct, then I'm counting that.
To me, that isn't a fact.
Here, hold on.
The word the is not a fact. So I would go based on how many facts they stated.
Okay, here. All right, we'll work on this together. We'll mark it up together. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I've got my
this is actually a very interesting debate because people talk about error rate, and it's an interesting conversation.
So he did negotiate a YouTube channel for exactly $1.
I'll argue against myself real quick.
Yeah.
He could even be wrong. The word he could be wrong.
But it isn't. It's right. I did.
Right, but it's something that could be wrong.
Okay.
So the fact that they got it right could, it's the whole error, it's a very complicated conversation.
So actually, I think I was going your way because it's more than 70% right if we just look at it by word count. I disagree, the most famous reviewer on the internet, but he drops the most gear. So what I give them? I gave them a 70%. So maybe they're a little bit closer to 50 if we do it by facts. He negotiated
a YouTube channel worth millions for exactly $1. If we encapsulate that as one thing,
then that's wrong.
Incorrect.
Yes.
Built a media company from the garage with his wife.
Yes, correct.
That is not entirely correct.
But it's not. It's
That
maybe.
one's gray.
I would say that's a solid like 66% right.
I could agree with
They
that.
got 2 out of the 3 people.
What?
Oh no, Ed too.
was there.
So at least 50% right. We can give them 50% credit for that one.
Okay.
And I mean, realistically, like if they're talking in terms of like the shareholders, then they're not wrong.
Then it's correct.
It's correct. Still
Focus
gets
on
on
camera to handle hardware himself. Totally
correct.
Most famous tech reviewer. No.
Pretty debatable. I'd say it's probably Marquez if I had to pick one.
I think it's Marquez.
I mean, oh man, there's an argument to be made for Aaron at this point. But it's like, are we talking lifetime or are we talking active? Like, what are we talking
who's
about?
The boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in regards to like household name, you're still going to be Marquez.
You think so?
I think so, because he gets in front of more mainstream media stuff.
Anyway, yeah.
I think so. It's tough. They're both huge.
Is also the one who drops the most in the area. I mean, we got to give them that one. Yeah. Either way, I think we can agree that there's a lot of ways you can break it down, and I'd say it's more correct than incorrect. But there are already some glaring issues.
I think that's a pretty low bar, but yeah.
This is pretty good, but I think this is just like taken from Wikipedia, probably. This is a BS number that means nothing. Anytime you've ever read like a Forbes thing or like how much the top creators are making or whatever, remember guys, these are people that I know in a lot of cases, and also I know myself.
What?
Yeah, y'all not even close. Y'all guessing. So don't even worry about that.
Yeah, add a couple zeros, idiots.
Well, no, I didn't say that. Some of this is pretty good. You know, combined whatever, negotiated the IP from NCIX for $1 when he left to start LMG. Yeah, like some of this is pretty good. But this is where things go absolutely crazy.
NCIX cameraman. That's wrong on like multiple levels.
What? What are you talking about? Right?
That's awesome. I like that.
Yeah.
That's wrong because there was someone called the cameraman. That was like a nickname for a specific person, and it's wrong because he wasn't a cameraman.
Oh yeah.
It's wrong for both reasons.
And it has the classic AI issue of being like just right enough to make you feel like it's all got to be right. Like this whole paragraph actually nails it better than almost any other summary I've seen. Sebastian grew up on a hobby farm in Maple Ridge, British Columbia, the kind of childhood that doesn't suggest YouTube billionaire. Okay, first of all, your own value
Already
here. Whoops. But anyway,
you just need more zeros. It's not that big of a problem.
He was named after Linus Pauling, the only scientist in history to win 2 unshared Nobel Prizes, which either set an impossible benchmark or a very Canadian one. Not sure what that last bit means, but whatever. We're pretty close. Diagnosed with ADHD as a child, he channeled it into a restless curiosity about how things work, the kind that gets you hired at a computer retailer. I mean, that's probably fair enough. The like hyper focus on electronics, and then the touch of the tism that made me prefer computers to people. It probably resulted in my future career. But here's where things get a little bit stupid. All of this kind of mostly made sense. October 12th, Linus Media Group Incorporated. January 2013, operations launched from a garage in British Columbia. The co-founder on the business side was his wife, Yvonne Ho. So far, so good. A former Hong Kong actress with approximately 50 TV appearances who pivoted to become CFO of a tech media company.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Good so far. Good so far.
What's the Nicolas Cage meme? You don't say. I didn't know that I married an older lady. So
or
Yvonne,
a TV star.
Yeah, or a TV star. So Yvonne Ho, the actress, is over here. Totally different person. Okay. I was hoping for a picture so that we could see. Actress. Okay. Yvonne Ho, the actress. Completely different person, not to be confused with Ivanhoe, my wife. Ivanhoe actress. Ivanhoe actress. Yvonne, my wife. Yvonne, my wife. And this is a piece of misinformation that only exists on like weird message boards and stuff like that. Like it's, where is it getting this stuff? And then, so anyway, I don't think we have to like keep going down this whole thing, but like the fact that this kind of quote unquote resource is being built with the goal of being AI findable and AI searchable, whether they'll achieve that goal or not, at that I don't know. But I just feel like we're doomed, man. How are we going to find accurate information, man?
Yeah. I'm interested in if it's going to come up. Okay, so I search it up. I get a Reddit thread, I get Wikipedia, other random junk. I mean, it's not surfacing that high on Google, so maybe they're not succeeding in that part.
This is amazing. Ados posted this in the chat. How to confuse machine learning. This is so cursed. Thanks, I hate it.
That's brutal.
All right, anywho. All right. Well, we can move on. I came across that and I was just like, oh my gosh, we're doomed. Like we're so done. Because that is, for a lot of people, that is actually canon, that I am married to a Hong Kong actress who is, I think, like 10 or 15 years my senior.
Mm-hmm. That was a good move.
Yeah. It was really helpful to leverage her experience in show business. She was born in 1974, so she's 12 years older than me. And also, I don't think has ever lived in Canada. So that's it's a long distance relationship. There's challenges, but we make it work, you know. Hey, I never talked about the Mac app. Okay, this is so cool. WhatCable is a free Mac app that lets you figure out what your mystery USB-C cables are. You just plug one into your Mac, and it shows you things like charging limits, data speeds, and display support. Unfortunately, the app's creator, Daryl Morley, told The Verge that he doesn't plan to make a Windows version because, quote, Windows APIs don't expose what WhatCable needs. But I just thought that this was super cool, and I just wanted to highlight it for Mac people so that they could just, like, see this. Look at this. How great is this? Port connected, carrying both data and display. Device runs at 10 gigabit per second. Videos going through an HDMI adapter. Here's all this like really, whoopsie doodles. Here's all this like really
stats for nerds, but about USB cables.
Yeah. Awesome. So then if you don't have true spec cables or you have a bunch of cables already, then you can go through, find out what their capabilities are and label everything. Freaking awesome. I love it. That was it. That was all. I just wanted to talk about that. And I believe the free version is free. And you can unlock advanced diagnostics with WhatCable Pro. Oh, this is cool.
What advanced diagnostics means in this case.
Your monitor is stuck at 30 hertz. The dock's charging at half speed. Pro tells you which part is lying. Which part of the link is underperforming. And apparently, Mac reports all of this in like a plain text, easy to read fashion that he was able to turn into this really useful little application. Love it.
Awesome.
Yeah, super cool.
Someone tried to roast you in chat, said, I believe the free version is free. Is great analysis, Linus, thanks.
Yeah, it's funny.
It sometimes is great analysis, though, because not everything labeled as free actually really is.
Yeah.
Maybe it ends up being free for a time, or it's free, but there's microtransactions.
Yeah, it's free to download, but if you want to have any, like go try and find a data recovery software or like a partition manager that's free that actually does anything before you put in a credit card.
Is the expression free as in beer? I think that's kind of like
I've heard that before.
I haven't heard that before. What does that mean?
that's basically what you're saying is like it's free as it's free, which means it really is. Free as in beer would be like the data recovery software, where it's kind of like, there's a catch.
Like you're
It's like a timeshare.
I
thing.
actually
Timeshare
never
has
took it
free
that way.
beers.
Interesting.
Yeah, I might be wrong. That's kind of how I know it.
I think I just interpreted it, so I don't know that I'm right either. But the way I've interpreted it was usually like, how like if you get your friends to come help you move, you provide
Free beer.
pizza and snacks.
It's
and
got free beer, of course.
beer
No,
or
you're
whatever.
moving a couch up 15 flights of stairs. It's free beer.
Yeah.
Free as
You want to come over and have some beers and pizza? And they're like, yeah. And like, also, I need you to
Haha,
move
later.
half my stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's right, but yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure. One, press the button.
OnePlus.
No longer making phones for North America and the EU.
See you later, markets.
Wow. OnePlus and parent company Oppo confirmed the brand will stop launching new phones in those locations. This will end a run that began in 2014 with the OnePlus One. Wow. Existing owners won't be cut off right away since Oppo says warranty, after-sale support, and software updates are all guaranteed. But over the coming months, OnePlus phones will drop their Oxygen OS software for Oppo's Color OS, starting with the Android 17 update. Yeah, but why are they leaving though? OnePlus framed this as a global strategy adjustment, but Ars Technica is tying the retreat to the memory crunch, with RAM alone now accounting for more than a quarter of the phone's bill of materials. And I suspect if you're not selling in at least the States, you might be able to use Chinese RAM.
Yeah, even dude. Apparently, people are lined up out the door for CXMT memory at this point. Like, it's any supply that they can build is getting immediately absorbed. I think it was Apple's asking for an exemption to use it for global devices, and like things are getting crazy.
It is very interesting with SK Hynix and Samsung making so much money on memory right now, because it kind of feels like, and Micron, yeah. It kind of feels like they're
almost
focused on
inviting
the feast.
They're almost inviting their own demise here.
Like there's a known famine coming, and they're just sitting gorging themselves. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that the ultimate winners are not going to be them, but that's not financial advice. And I have no idea how long you'll have to stay solvent in order for the market to become rational. Memory is still a commodity, even if today it's an expensive commodity. This is going to get interesting at some point. Yeah, Scrappy DP says they're inviting competition, and the competition was like waiting in the wings and freaking ready.
They're not just inviting it, man.
When
They're
there's anytime there's that much money involved, someone will see it and go, hey, investing in chasing this unicorn is worth it, and they'll try.
And they cooked like steak and garlic bread and potatoes, and then they put a fan that blew out the window, and they put a big glowing sign, and they're like, there's also free money in here, and everything else you ever wanted, and all you have to do is just do the thing you're already doing, and we'll completely, honestly, get out of your way and leave the house, and you can just have the house as well. That feels, honestly, like, I don't even think I'm exaggerating.
By the way, my wife's a great cook.
Yeah.
You'll like her. Like,
it's wild. I've personally never seen something like this. And I mean, there's a great book. I recommended it to Mr. Brandon Lee recently. I don't remember the name of it. Dan Siegel recommended it to me. But it's on how like Apple basically sold, American IP, how to make modern electronics and stuff to China. They exported making phones and stuff there, and then also protected Chinese interests for like years, by lobbying to the American government so they could keep making all of their stuff there, and then basically teaching them how to make all this stuff. And it's a very interesting, like,
Right.
For over a decade, Apple was like, yeah, come on, make sure you get better at making all of these things and having all of these skills and production lines and everything all over there. Is it just called Apple in China? Yeah, I don't know. It's a fascinating book, but I mean, it's been not just asked for, it's been begged.
When's the
for a very
sequel?
long
When's
time.
the sequel about Tesla?
Yeah, no, seriously though. Like it's, and I mean, we talked about this recently, like the Chinese model where companies over there have to be predominantly owned by Chinese companies. And like, if you want to sell there, you have to produce there and you have to basically teach them how to do it. It's all, it's fascinating, man. Yeah. There's this, it's a quote, I got it from something within the last few weeks. I don't know if it was an audiobook or a podcast or a YouTube video or what, but it was from something. But it's chaos is a ladder. And it's just been in my head a lot lately. Because you see what's happening right now. Like there is more chaos than I have personally experienced in my lifetime right now, concentrated in the right now. Wars all over the planet. Very active.
Are you sure you're not just more aware of it?
I don't think so. I think when has there been more sustained economic chaos than now in our lifetimes?
I mean, 2008 was a pretty
huge.
wild ride.
The thing was huge.
Millennials really
like
did. Millennials really did get to ride the roller coaster, man.
Oh yeah. But I feel like 2008 was very concentrated. The right now seems persistent. The right now seems like a new future.
Remember though that we were in Canada for the 2008 financial crisis, and it was a much softer blow here. Like the U.S. got shreked during the 2008 crisis, whereas we, like, especially in Vancouver, we barely even saw our property values dip. Like it was totally different. Am I remembering this wrong?
It was a massive, massive hit. And then it was growing out of that hit, right?
Yeah, it was a relatively short-term hit. Whereas, like
right now,
COVID plus a particularly tumultuous period in American politics, which. So
I'm not talking. This is the most chaotic moment. We also lived through 9/11.
Sure.
I'm talking. This is the most chaotic, like large period of time. And I could be wrong. It just kind of feels like it that way. It might be recency bias. It might be a lot of
I wonder if every generation feels that way. I mean, like, from my understanding, the period around, like, the Vietnam War was, like,
in my lifetime.
Insane. Oh, in your lifetime.
In my lifetime. There's way more chaotic things in history.
I mean, didn't the Berlin Wall fall within our lifetimes? Or no, that might only be me. When did the Berlin Wall fall? Date 1989. So I don't think you were born yet. I was.
Nope.
Okay, so in your lifetime, like, trying to think, man, most chaos in your life? Yeah, probably then.
There's war all over the place right now. There's extreme instability geopolitically. I mean, we've got countries talking about taking over other countries like constantly right now, and both of the really big ones are doing so.
I remember having this conversation with you, like, a while back, like years ago on WAN Show, where I came across a risk map, like a risk game board that my friend Tyson had in high school. And it had like Persia on it or something, or like the Ottoman Empire or something. And I was like, what the fuck? Like the countries change? Because post World War II,
exactly.
That's like not a thing. It's like illegal, you know? And it occurred to me, I think this must have been around the time that Russia annexed Crimea. It occurred to me that, like, that was all just kind of not normal, that constant conquest and war was not a thing. Like, this period of relative global stability that our generation enjoyed for a while was not the normal. And it almost feels like although you and I might describe what's happening now as chaos, it almost feels like a return to how it really worked for a really long time. Like you look at what happened in the lifetime of someone like a Napoleon, right? Like how, within one, and remember, people didn't live that long.
I mean, the inventor of total war is maybe not the fairest example, but yeah, I hear
within one short French guy's lifetime, there were like multiple campaigns that were attempts to take over the known world,
Yeah.
The fact that we've made it to, almost 40 here, and what, you're 35, 36? I can never remember how many years younger you are. Somewhere in that range.
I'm 90.
Okay, yeah. So 4 years younger than me. So the fact that we've made it this far and there hasn't been like a gigantic land war in Europe is kind of insane. To be clear, there is a land war in Europe right now, but the fact we made it this far and there wasn't one was kind of wild. And I don't think it's ever going back. I don't see a path to it right now. Man, we're getting way off like tech topics right now.
How did we even get here? What were we talking about?
OnePlus.
Hell yeah. Oh, right, because of sanctions and whatever else. I don't know. I could see a future where we get away from this.
Could you? Will the middle powers unite? Will that actually work?
The middle powers might unite. I think there's been a lot of talk about like China taking Taiwan, but I've been looking into that more recently and how a lot of the people on the mainland feel about that. And it's actually quite nuanced, where a lot of the people of the mainland do want Taiwan back, but they don't want Taiwan back with bombs.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting, because with my previously even more external and ignorant position than I now have, which is highly external and highly ignorant, it felt like they were just trying to find an excuse to just roll the tanks in. But it feels like they want to do it politically.
Here's my problem.
They might cloak and dagger politically.
Here's my problem with that. Xi Jinping is 73.
Yeah, you might want to get it before he goes away. It's the same thing as Putin. But then that's the other thing. You said, I don't know if we'll go back. Xi Jinping, old. Putin, old. Trump, old. There may be an expiry date on some of these problems.
Okay, let's start with Russia. Russia has been Russia since long before Putin was involved.
Yeah,
Russia be doing Russia things. I think all bets are off.
I do think there could be a lot of pressure, though, if, say, Putin did pass away, for someone coming in to economically turn that place around by not doing the stuff that they're currently.
But the most Russia thing ever would be for someone to promise to economically turn Russia around.
Throw more people at the wall anyway.
And then support the oligarchy.
Yeah, that's true.
So, sure.
Hey, I can be hopeful.
China, I have no idea. China, I don't understand the history well enough to make any kind of useful prediction. The only thing for me is Xi Jinping is 73. He has, from my understanding, said pretty clearly that his plan is to reunify China. That he will do it. And so that gives us not a lot of time.
Maybe a bit of a timeline, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't give up hope that people might be tired of the bad and bring in some good. It does seem to be that things have to get really, 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 really bad before that happens. So we'll see what that is.
Yeah.
Or we won't.
I mean, there's stuff happens like every week, it feels like, that would have qualified as really, 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 really bad within our lifetimes. I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but the plan for Truth Social is to sell API access to the banks to get market moving Truth Social tweets earlier than they are posted publicly through the Yeah, like that should be like administration ending.
That's just open, blatant fraud.
Well, it's insider
More
trading.
so than all of the other open, blatant fraud.
Well, corruption. I don't know if it's specifically fraud, but it's certainly corruption.
Insider trading fraud?
It's certainly insider trading.
I'm probably using the word incorrectly. Oh no, insider trading is securities fraud.
Okay, there you go then. It's literally openly selling market moving information, and nobody. It's been remarkable watching the transition that has taken place in my lifetime. Like, I'm trying to imagine if Obama did this instead of wore a beige suit, for instance, what the reaction might have been. It's remarkable.
I remember Bill Clinton's the work that was going on under his desk. Like, I think that would last for a day or two right now.
I don't even know if it would. I mean,
or a couple hours.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe. I don't even know if it would register. I mean, remember, this is the grab 'em by the pussy candidate, right? Like, it wouldn't even be surprising at this point. Oh, want to see something disheartening?
Yeah.
All right. Here, I got this for you. Hold on. Okay, we're going to go US. We're going to go past 5 years. And we're going to go like this. Here we go. Guess what people forgot about already?
I can't. Through my screen, I can't see this.
I know, you're supposed to guess.
Oh. Epstein.
You better believe it.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Cool, man. I remember when people didn't like pedophiles.
I do too. I remember it fondly.
Yeah. It was pretty cool. That was a good time, you know?
It was a pretty good time.
That was a pretty good time.
Like, I remember when an affair with a grown-ass woman was a scandal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Microsoft is testing a Copilot feature called PC Insights that can answer questions by reading your CPU, RAM, GPU, and storage. It's spotted by Windows Latest, and it lets the AI tell you things like, why is my PC slow? Or what GPU do I have? Or do I have room for a 100 gigabyte game? And then it taps Windows APIs to check usage along with storage, battery info, antivirus status, connected devices like printers or USB drives. It is opt-in, requires permission each time, and it can't read the contents of your files unless you specifically allow it. It is, however, yeah, okay. So that was a W. Are you ready for the L side? It's worth pointing out that Copilot for Windows now ships as a standalone spin-off of the Edge browser and can eat close to 1 gigabyte of RAM while sitting completely idle, regularly showing up among the top memory users in Task Manager. So it can tell you why you're out of memory, but the answer might be, it was me!
It would be really funny if you could tell it, can you solve the problem with why I have no memory left? And it just closes itself. That would be awesome.
This is rolling out slowly in the US only with no timeline for a wider release and lands right as Microsoft is separately promising to cut Windows 11's baseline memory usage.
Honestly, as long as it's opt-in specifically and has the option to uninstall it, if it has both of those things, sounds great.
Like, to be clear, I'm not actually hating on this. I think it's pretty cool. But the fact
because
that
it's opt-in. If this was default all the time,
Yeah.
and it's reporting back to Microsoft because of course it is, and it's being tied to your whatever the GDID whatever thing, blah 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 blah. It's gonna blow, and I'm gonna be pissed off. But opt in. People can make their own choices.
By the way, just the last follow-on point to our discussion of the Epstein files. Luke, I'm not feeling suicidal. Are you?
No. I'm
Okay.
good. I'm chilling.
I would ask Dan, but I'm afraid of the answer.
What?
Maybe I'm feeling murderous.
There you go. There you go.
So you never know what
There
he's
you
going to
go.
say, Luke.
He's
Oh,
right,
okay.
though.
I see. He might have trolly answers. I understand. I was like, what do you
my
mean?
goodness. New York has banned new hyperscale data centers for one year. They became the first U.S. state to hit pause on new hyperscale data centers, with Governor Kathy Hochul signing an executive order that blocks state environmental permits for up to a year. It applies to any campus that draws 50 million watts or more, which for a modern data center actually isn't that much, since all the big flagships ones are running into the hundreds of megawatts or even gigawatts. Projects that are already approved do keep going. This only hits new ones. The reason comes down to pushback on the AI building boom. People are worried about rising utility bills, strained power grids, and the enormous amount of water that these places use for, okay, this says for cooling, but that's not actually all of it. A lot of the water is actually in the construction process. But yes, they can use a lot for cooling, especially if they use evaporative cooling, but not all of them do. There is a nuanced conversation around the water usage, so I want to make sure that we are properly representing that a lot of them do use a butt ton of water, and a lot of them, once they're running, actually use very little. Anyway, during the pause, the state is going to write up a proper regulatory framework, and Hochul is also pushing to make data centers either supply their own power or pay more for it, so regular customers aren't stuck covering the cost. Okay,
Yeah.
this is one that
That should be obvious.
blows my mind is not the default. Okay, so Luke, I don't know if have I talked to you about when I tried to get into like crypto mining at some point? Yeah, okay. So I
I don't
was
know if you talked about it super publicly.
I was blown away. Like when I was looking into it, I was blown away that it is cheaper to get power to an industrial property. Cheaper. Literally,
It's a business subsidy.
nothing else in life is cheaper for the business version. Oh, it's pronounced Hochul. Sorry, guys. I don't know American names. What? Business laptop, more expensive. Business Windows, more expensive. Business camera, more expensive. Business electricity, that's cheap.
It's not from all the things you listed before electricity were not from the government, though.
Okay, fine. Let me think. Business land, not cheaper. Business permit, not cheaper. There. Okay? Also from government.
Land from the government?
My taxes sure are. Property taxes, I don't think those
Sure,
are cheaper.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Cheaper and also a tax claim? Yeah. It gets weird.
Yeah, business TV not cheaper, says Etzelm, or Etzelm, whatever that is.
I know a lot of people in BC that do crypto mining basically just scam farm power.
Oh, that
Cheaper
makes
power for
sense.
farms.
That's even cheaper than industrial, isn't it?
I think so. I'm not certain.
Is crypto mining still a thing?
A lot of people, well, I shouldn't say a lot. Some people, especially that have more modern cards for mining, have just pivoted to AI training.
AI training. But is there like crowd
You rent it out.
AI training? Really?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Crowd AI training platform.
They're now mining Pearl? What is Pearl, Curious Bread? Man. Pearl mining? GPU?
Yeah,
like, is this
there's
GPU?
There's a bunch of these.
Proof of useful work for AI compute? No way. Of
Yeah, and usually,
course
like,
there's something.
instead of like crypto mining where you can just run it for like however long you want, usually you rent out like a block of time. Because if you wanted to do something like training or a big working task, you can't have it just, be taken from a random pool. It needs to actually complete the job.
Right.
So it's a little bit different, and now there's a little bit more pressure on, like, do you have a UPS? Do you have a backup generator? Do you have whatever to make sure that this person's task actually completes?
Oh, interesting.
And there's like reputations tied to things, and it's funky. Yeah.
Curious Bread says the Pearl crypto is just doing useless AI inference matrix. It's not actually useful AI training work. There's a paper exposing Pearl just doing random math for no reason.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
did
either of us name Pearl? I don't.
Oh no, so I did because I was because someone mentioned it in chat. Yeah, no, it was Curious Bread who is posting that now that flagged Pearl to us. Okay. Trey's interesting. People are always going to be looking for something to do with all of the extra GPUs they have, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I also know there's like some people, even independent miners that have like pretty solid clusters of GPUs are doing like individual contracts with certain companies and stuff.
Really?
Companies that want a like this thing we've been talking about of like a siloed, like local LLM,
right?
But they don't necessarily have the know-how or access to the hardware or whatever else.
Man, do you remember, Luke, when I found that that property in like White Rock that was zoned data center, and I was like, we should buy it and build like a tiny data center. That would have actually been like a banger business move.
That's the extra zeros you needed, man. You would have made it.
It might have been fun too, though, actually. Like building I wouldn't have wanted to do anything large scale, but building like a small data center. I feel like people are so desperate for compute these days that they would rent anything anyway. So you could be a small player and probably still be functional. Noki says, we bought a data center, might be the next April Fool's. Nice.
I mean, maybe. I like, just to be transparent with people, Floatplane's staring down the barrel of a lot of price increases in regards to our infrastructure costs and whatnot.
So hear me out. We move it on-prem.
Didn't I already pitch this to you?
Did you?
Talk about this though?
I mean, I'm down.
So
let's move it on-prem.
AJ's been doing a ton of work. There's a potential plan where have we named our ISP publicly? Probably.
I think so, yeah. ITEL.
Yeah, okay. So ITEL has apparently some like fiber that's basically direct from us into Vancouver into a co-location data center.
No, that's like what we pay for. Like we have, so that's why our internet connection is so expensive. It's because we effectively, not quite, but effectively, because of the provisioning, it is an unshared link. Effectively, yeah.
So that link,
so we are 10 gig.
Connects with a co-location data center that we could put servers into.
Yes.
So we are looking at, and this isn't even like, to be clear, I'm not mad at OVH.
Yeah, OVH is great.
We go into this, but OVH's prices are being postured to like erupt, and because of normal business things. Just to be completely honest, the cost of new hardware for them is absolutely skyrocketing, and there are big clients wanting to spend lots of money that want to come in. So this is normal business stuff. But we're looking at what could happen. We don't know that it's going to happen yet. OVH has not said this is going to happen to us or anything, but we're looking at what could happen and going like, okay, well, we're closed. So trying to figure out how we can be not closed. And one of the ways we might be able to be not closed is to
put something on-prem at Vanix.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool, actually.
And AJ started looking through a lot of our hardware, and apparently some of these servers were just inventoried as the name of the server without all of the individual details of the hardware. So there's actually been a ton of hardware that's been like found. And it's becoming much more real
I'm down.
as a possibility, there are major problems that I need to talk to you about.
We would need like a proper like diesel generator. Like we'd need a proper backup. We'd need.
Well, it would be at the Colo Center.
Oh, so you wouldn't put anything here? I thought you meant like take advantage of the 10 gig pipe. I think that's a mix.
It might end up being a 3-tier system.
Okay.
Some's at the Colo Center. Some's at LMG.
I think we'd leave some at
still
OVH.
at OVH.
Yeah.
Yes. So the main thing that we would want from OVH is probably their public cloud. So the idea would be that we could spill over to resources that are at LMG. But then if we need to spill over even more, we would spill over into scalable stuff at OVH.
Yeah.
And that, that's going to be expensive.
But
but
we
if
just
we're
minimize
spilling
the
over
use,
that much,
though.
yeah, we're minimizing the use. And if we're spilling over that much, hopefully it's something good that's happening. And then it's okay. And then we'll just scale up the stuff we have and it'll be all right. And that'll just be a strong indicator to like, hey, up your hardware.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are problems we should chat about off camera. But there's things. But it's a plan. Basically, it's trying to make opportunity out of the bad.
We just have to not throw a USB drive at it, and then everything's good.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Our server rooms on-prem are pretty okay at this point.
They're actually less trash than they used to be. The one here in the studio sucks. It's just really hard to work in. Yeah. But the one over at Labs, I think really all I would want to do with that one is I would want to double up the cooling so that if one of them fails, you still have cooling. And then the other thing that I would want to do there is we lose power here so much. And sometimes for like an hour, 5 hours at a time is we would need to have like on-site diesel generation backup.
But then we might not, because if the primary hardware is at the Colo and we still have the spillover at OVH, is it more economically reasonable to buffer LMG that much and make it that resilient? Or should we just rely on the spillover to OVH? And then you have to do a calculation of like, how often do we expect the Colo to go down? The Colo is not as reliable as OVH is.
Yeah. But then
it's pretty good.
You've also got to factor in,
not as good.
You got to factor in the economics that are unique to us, where anything that we build to
video
change our infrastructure is content, baby. Like if
it's a surprisingly complicated question that AJ's working on.
So if you come to me and you say, hey, I want to buy a $30,000 diesel generator, I tell you that you can right off. And then if you tell me, hey, I need a $30,000 diesel generator and we're going to do a two-part video series. And oh, by the way, we've got a great sponsor who wants to come in and sponsor it for us. I'm like, let's fucking go. Like it's a completely different.
We're going to turn off the mains power and see if anyone in the building can notice for an hour.
Yeah.
And that'll be like the challenge of the video.
That's banger content, dude.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Yeah.
But there are more questions than that. But we'll get into it. It's a longer conversation. It's a little dead conversation for WAN show. But
okay.
It gets less interesting than video ideas.
Hear me out. Hear me out. For the backup power generation, we used the fire truck that we still haven't managed to sell.
So we permanently wire the fire truck into the building.
He loves it.
Did you guys ever read that book
about
the old steam digger that like dug in the big skyscraper, and then when it couldn't get out of the hole, they like turned it into the steam boiler and it powered the building?
No way.
That's basically what.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
That's awesome. Let's go.
That is kind of sick. I don't know how I'd feel about losing all that parking permanently.
Just put it on the roof.
This man.
Are you stupid?
We'd have to reinforce the roof again.
We already did.
That would be the coolest building. It's just this huge fire truck on the roof. Everybody's like, why?
I mean, we could gut it and shell it, and no, yeah, it's worth it.
No, you should definitely make it that you could climb up a ladder to the roof and then go into a fully functioning fire truck.
No,
that is
we have
also a
that. We have
generator.
that roof top thing. It could open up into the middle of the fire truck, and so you go up into the fire truck on the roof, and then to get on the roof, you have to exit the fire truck.
Oh lordy. Anyway, yeah, I fully support moving more on-prem.
And
Also-
on top of prem.
Also, I have no idea how viable it would be, but you know Hetzner, right? We've done some sponsor spots for them. How much do you know about them?
No, I mean, I'm aware of them. I don't actually know like a ton.
Okay. I was in Germany this week. I don't know if you know that.
Yep. I often don't know where the heck you are, but I did know about that trip just because we were talking about the 1080. Video.
Yeah. So I was in Germany, and I went to see Hetzner's flagship location in, oh God, I'm gonna butcher this. Hetzner DC location, Falkenstein. Falkenstein.
Sick.
Falkenstein.
German.
Falkenstein. So I was in absolutely nowhere, Germany this week, checking out the Hetzner data center. And as I toured the place, I didn't actually say this in the video. I don't know if it would have come across the right way to them. But as I toured the place, the one thought that I could not get out of my mind was, this feels like how LTT would build a data center. So no, but I mean that in the best possible way. So
What does that mean?
okay. So you know how most people would build a data center with 19-inch racks and probably Dell's or HP servers, right?
Sure.
Okay, well, they thought, why would I buy a 19-inch rack from a 19-inch rack supplier who needs to make money for building 19-inch racks, when instead I could buy 4 posts and sheet metal?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. I
Hold
like
on.
that.
It gets better. Why would I use loud, obnoxious 40 millimeter shrieking fans on like super skinny builds, when instead I could do like a 2.5U, so that I could just put a standard 80 or 92 millimeter fan on the back of it, pull that air from the cold aisle directly through the CPU heatsink, and just make the racks taller. Why would I use enterprise hardware when I could just put Ryzen 3600s in the rack and people can rent a bare metal Ryzen 3600? In fact, it's up to them if they even want ECC memory. I just let them choose. Get this. The cooling for the entire building. So I asked this right when I came in. So the building, instead of being like square with a flat top roof, is like steeply inclined. So it goes to a high point on one side. And the reason for that is that they actually have that entire end of the top of the building open to the air. And the way they get away with this is they have forced air intake that goes down into the raised floor, in the bottom of the raised floor. That's chilled. That comes up into your cold aisle, which exhausts out into your, I'll call it a warm aisle because it's not that hot. And then that heat naturally, through convection, makes its way to the top of the building.
Goes right out.
And it farts it out.
Is that amount of force of that air able to keep like rain out?
Yes.
How does that work?
Keeps out the rain, keeps out the snow. It gets better. So by having the building shaped like that, they say about 4 to 5 days out of the year, they have to turn on the evaporative coolers, but those sit in the lee of the building. They sit under the high side and they're on the north side so that the sun never hits them. It's just like, they designed their own HVAC systems because, I don't know, they could. Because buying it from someone else would have been expensive. It's just, the whole thing, it was the most It was the most LTT
That's cool.
data center that I've ever seen, and it made me happy touring it. It's going to be a really great video, you guys. I hope you enjoy the heck out of it. I had a ton of fun checking out their data center.
That's sweet.
Oh yeah, here's a good shot of the shape
videos.
of the buildings.
Oh yeah, okay.
So instead of doing crazy things like building their data centers in like a densely populated metropolitan area and then building them up, they just built it in the absolute farmland country-ass countryside. And they're just like, yeah, land is cheap, so we just put up these structures next to each other, and anytime we need another one, we just build another one. It's honestly the most based approach to data center building that I've ever seen. It's not necessarily like the most cutting edge. Like they're doing almost nothing with multi-GPU servers yet. So, there's a lot of customers that are going to look at this and go, yeah, that doesn't make sense for me. But in terms of just bare metal hosting, you can get an Epic server if you want, or a Xeon or whatever. They'll put anything in your shelf, right? And I don't know. I think it's really cool. So I don't know. They might be worth us looking at because the rates looked really reasonable when I was checking them out.
Yeah.
So if we needed something in Europe, then that may be a way to go. Like the co-location at Vanix, it would have the challenge of maybe not being as reliable as something like an OVH. I mean, to be clear, they have redundant power. They have redundant cooling. Like it doesn't
We've had actually like, I don't know. I want to get way too into stuff, but yeah, it'll be if it happens, which I think it's pretty likely because costs everywhere, not just OVH, everywhere are projected to like in a lot of cases just double when contract renews this year. It's likely we're going to have to be pulling stuff in-house. And it's also, interestingly, likely a decent amount of places will need to in order to keep costs reasonable. Because, just because there's a lot of AI money floating around does not mean that a lot of companies have anything to do with that at all.
Yeah.
And if their cost of sales in regards to their infrastructure is just doubling out of nowhere, that's going to hurt some people. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, cool. Sounds like a business meeting later that we can continue not on WAN Show. People love it when we do business meeting on WAN Show, though.
That's true.
I think they do. I actually haven't checked how viewership is tracking. People used to like it when we did business meeting on WAN Show.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought this was another fun one for you. On Saturday, Japan's space agency, JAXA, successfully launched and landed its experimental RVX rocket in the country's first ever reusable rocket test flight. I assume you saw this?
Yeah.
The flight was pretty short, with the rocket rising about 11 meters, moving 16 meters sideways, and then touching back down in under a minute. The goal is a cheaper, reusable successor to Japan's current single-use H3 rocket. JAXA is co-developing the RVX with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and is separately working on reusable rockets with France and Germany. JAXA's next test flight is aiming for a much higher 100 meters. Discussion question. Do you think government agencies like JAXA will be able to catch up with the likes of Blue Origin and SpaceX? I mean, I think this is...
Speaking of Blue Origin and SpaceX, check that link out.
Oh. Chinese engineers using wires to perfectly catch rocket booster. Oh, hello? Oh, that's actually like super smart.
Yep.
But hey, $3 trillion company, right? I mean, this is one of those things. It's almost like what we were talking about earlier with the memory manufacturers. It's like when you put a big enough target on yourself, don't be surprised when everybody takes a shot.
Well, and it's like, it's interesting. There's some questions on like, did Elon know? And is that why they pushed for IPO when they did? Who knows? I have no idea. The concept actually just kind of makes a lot of sense. Apparently it had been like theorized by a variety of people in the past because it's like almost 3D printer logic. Right?
Yeah.
Like it kind of does actually make a lot of sense. If you go as far as to think of catching a freaking rocket, which is crazy.
Yeah.
At all. once you go that far, you think about how would I do this? Huge chopsticks coming in actually feels kind of crazier than wires on like effectively 3D printer rails.
Yeah,
and then
bedhead.
that also allows you to do it at sea instead of on land, which there are benefits to doing it on land because you could theoretically reuse that rocket faster. It's in place, other good things about it. But this is a potentially very cheap route, and failures should also be cheaper. Blah, blah, bleep, bloop.
Bedhead says, lol, Chinese using string, Americans using chopsticks.
Oh my God, guys. I was not... Okay, you need to know, like, with the stuff that's going on. The SpaceX thing is called chopsticks. Anyways, whatever.
Way to go, Luke.
But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff happening in space. I was talking to someone at OpenSauce last night who's in a hobby rocketry club in BC, which...
Go figure. All right. Small
I
world.
didn't even know there was any, so that's interesting. And he was talking about how their school is planning on defunding their hobby rocketry club. And the thing that was interesting to them was they were saying, I'm getting one side of the story, whatever, but they were saying that, and hopefully I'm quoting this all correctly, but they were saying that they were willing to fund themselves. And the school was like, no. And that seems crazy to me because I'm going to do that thing again where I say at any point in time in my life. But it feels like space stuff is getting so extremely active right now, including globally.
Did you see this? This wasn't in the doc, but did you see the leak/report/investigation, whatever you want to call it, that apparently since 2023, the Chinese and Russians have been working on a way to disable or worst case scenario, destroy Starlink?
I'm not surprised.
No, it makes sense.
If you look at what's happening in Ukraine, it's like one of the most important, accessories to war in that arena at all.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy. Why would they defund that? Like my local robotics club that I did in school, just not supported by the school either, which is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the thing that stood out to me was specifically that they've like had it for a while and they want to defund it now of all times. And I'm just like, man, what are you doing? Look at the stock market. Look at whatever. What are you? You're a school. You're supposed to be preparing people for like the jobs they might get into. This is highly applicable. Like, what are you doing? It seems like such a weird time to do that. I don't know, maybe the school's on hard times or something, but then at least let the people involved self-fund and still like support it as a thing in the school. I don't know, whatever. It's just very frustrating.
Space race is back, baby.
Space race is back. China and the US have both proposed dates for when they're going to be boots on the ground on Mars again. The States is currently falling behind their timelines. China is pushing. It's interesting to me because neither of the countries seem to want to like really like declare it or acknowledge it. But we are absolutely in a space race right now. Like it is no question. It is absolutely fully active.
It's too bad only one of the competitors is increasing funding for space, and the other one is decreasing it, which is sort of strange. Seems like it's going to determine the outcome. But hey, maybe they'll get lucky.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But it's a very interesting time.
Hey, you know what else is interesting? Our sponsors for the show. Just about every major North American cellular provider has faced some sort of data breach or surveillance scandal. And just because you're tired of hearing about breaches doesn't mean that you should be okay with them. Our sponsor, Cape, is a privacy-first mobile carrier that puts you, not your carrier, in control of your number. With the same reliable service that you'd expect from any of the household name carriers, Cape offers privacy-centric features like rotating your ISMI number every 24 hours, which means every day you're going to look like a new subscriber to the network. This can make it harder for your usage to be tracked. They also don't hold on to any metadata collected for more than a day. The average provider will store that information for as long as they possibly can. Each CAPE plan comes with 2 additional phone numbers as well. These are real numbers. They're encrypted and are perfect for use for account verification or banking services. Then your primary number can be saved for friends and family. During onboarding, they don't ask for your name, your social security number, or your address. They only collect what's necessary to provide you with service. If that sounds pretty good, it gets better. You can click the link below or scan this QR code right here to get 33% off your first 6 months with code WAN. The show is also brought to you by Wispr Flow. Voice-to-text apps and devices are full of the same issues that we've seen time and time and time again. Spelling names wrong, recording too many ums and uhs, or straight up not working with specific apps. Wispr Flow strives to be so much more than that bare minimum. It can record what you meant to say rather than just the literal sounds that came out of your face hole. It adapts to the way that you speak in real time, and it can learn less than conventional names as well. Plus, it formats everything automatically, so no obnoxious single walls of text in your messages. It's built to work with any app, including the big players like Gmail, Slack, or the LLM of your choice. Doesn't matter how fast you write or type, Wispr Flow just works better. Or faster, excuse me. No more getting lost in thought in the middle of trying to write down your best ideas. And if you're like so many others and you do your best thinking on a walk or while commuting or even in the shower, Wispr Flow can help record fully fleshed out thoughts in seconds. So try your first month of Wispr Flow Pro totally free. We're going to have a link for you in the description, as we always do. All right, I think it's time for After Dark, Mr. Luke and Mr. Dan.
All right.
You're not going to do your...
No, I'll do that next week.
Okay.
Boop. Nice.
There we go.
Solid.
I was unprepared. Let's do this one as well. I just have a couple for you. Actually, it's more than it was earlier. Wow, look at that. Hello, Com1, Com2, and Com3. Luke, on a past WAN show, you said you were considering using Kagi. Do you have any updates?
Kagi.
I was right the first time.
Kagi. I have dabbled with it. Honestly, I've been not actually searching an incredible amount over the last bit, and I have it set up at home. I don't have it set up on this laptop, but I have used it a little bit. I've also used it... I've been poking around. I've been trying something recently called WaterFox, and WaterFox recently switched to some open source something search that I've had some success with. I feel like I might end up right now going the Kagi direction. It does kind of hurt my brain paying for search, but at the same time, not paying for search kind of hurts my brain a little bit. Because again, the whole, like, if you're not paying, are you the product? I don't know if there's other alternatives outside of Kagi. Kagi was just recommended to me by, I don't know if he wants the fact that he recommended it public, so I'll just say a buddy. So I've been enjoying it so far. I don't have a ton of experience with it. It's not DuckDuckGo. WaterFox has been using something else. I got a notification saying like, oh, we're going to start using this whatever search engine, and it's actually been pretty good inside of there. But I have personally found like the best quality search, and this is not a comprehensive review of all the different search engines, whatever, relax. Quant, that's it, yeah. QWANT, Quant. That's the one that WaterFox has switched to. Quant search. And to be clear, I know nothing about this, but the search engine that values you as a user, not a product. Oh, hooray, cool. Okay, I need to look up.
Whoa. Okay, well, it managed to find one of the... Oh my God, this Roundup commercial again. For sakes. It managed to find the 10-year ago one, but not the 12-year ago one and not the 3-year ago one. That's better than YouTube search.
So Quant, I looked up how does Quant make money. It's in their FAQ. Quant is a free search engine open to anyone. Our main source of revenues comes from ads displayed in Quant result pages. Therefore, every ad that Quant displays fully adheres to the values we defend and our quality standards, blah, blah, blah. When you use Quant, no personal information whatsoever is neither captured or transmitted to advertisers in details. No third-party cookies, no trackers, no behavioral targeting, etc. So I suspect a lot of people watching this might align with Quant faster than they would align with current Google search. And I've actually had pretty good luck with the results from Quant. I'm kind of on the side of I've been actually enjoying Kagi because of the lack of those ads. It's pretty nice. I've been a YouTube Premium user for a long time. I was trying to watch something with somebody the other day, and we were skipping through a few YouTube videos, and it was on their phone, and they did not have YouTube Premium. And I was like, I don't know how you survive. Watching tons of ads all the time drives me freaking insane. And I think I'm just really not down with the amount of ads that are everywhere. And if I can pay YouTube Premium to have no interruptions, maybe I'll do that. If I can pay for Kagi to not get ads in my search results, maybe I'll do that.
Quant actually did pretty well. I've been evaluating that search result.
I've been pretty happy with
this. Is the one from 10 years ago. This is returning our channel, which is pretty reasonable for a search that starts with the channel name. This is the forum thread for the one from 3 years ago. This is another page of that same thread, reasonable enough. Here's Watchplex TV, season 2016, episode 64. I didn't even know this was a thing. I know Colton was working on free ad-supported, what is it? FAST, so free ad-supported television. I didn't even know this was a thing, but apparently that's a thing. Anyway, it found that. And then here, it found a Reddit thread that got the one from 12 years ago. So it managed in the first 6 or so results to surface every video in some way about low-end GPUs suck from LTT, whereas I was really struggling earlier with Google and with YouTube search. So
again, this is not a comprehensive thing on search engines.
No, not at all.
I found Quant just because I happened to install WaterFox, and WaterFox was like, "Hey, we're using Quant," and I was like, "What the heck is Quant?" And then I did a few searches, and I was like, "Hey, Quant is pretty good." Right now, I would rank Quant above Google search just by default, and Quant is free. So I mean, I would just do that automatically. And then if you want to be a super premium boy, maybe you go the Kagi search direction and pay, and then just not have any of the ads, which I'm currently leaning towards. I think it seems pretty sweet. But Quant, you never know how long these things will last.
Yeah,
but
seems
Quant
to be a
feels
cycle.
really good right now. Yeah. DuckDuckGo was the thing for years. And then, I don't know necessarily, someone asked in chat, why doesn't DuckDuckGo get recommended as much these days? I don't remember what happened. I feel like we talked about it on WANShow a hot minute ago. But, yeah, they're just not recommended as much. I don't know what it was. Yeah, quant.com. Good stuff.
Okay.
More?
Yes, Dan.
Hello, Sir Danlot and Co. You are passionate about your jobs. What keeps you engaged and coming back for the long days? Thanks for the cables and threads.
I feel like I've answered this enough times. I can let you guys go.
There's an old meme. I don't want peace. I want problems.
Well, we got those.
I think that's part of it. I don't want to just sit at home and do nothing. I want to work on stuff. I want to try to make things better. And also the people. I really like my teams. I like working with the people I work with. And I would like to try to keep working with them best I can. And then in order to do that, you need to try to create an environment that is, cohesive with that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I've there's been topics of conversation with my parents recently about what does retiring look like, and I've had this question to myself for a long time. Not that I'm anywhere close, but like what would I want my retirement to look like? And there's a bunch of different versions of it. One that I really like is like an inverse week, and I don't remember whose idea this was. I think it was my mom's, but where you work 2 days, and you have 5 days off. So your weekend is when you work now, and then your entire week is off. Because the weekend always feels so short. It's like, okay, well now the work week is super short. You have these really long weekends.
I think it's
kind of a cool way of like retiring, because I really think it's good cognitively to keep active and stuff, right? But
you have to know what day of the week it is,
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty important. Yeah, but then do I need to do minimum 40 hours every week for the entire rest of my entire life?
Yeah, that doesn't,
maybe not.
That seems like if you could avoid it, it'd be nice not to.
The other idea I've heard of that sounds pretty cool is the like seasonal focus. So maybe I work and fully work like 3 months of the year, and then I take 9 months off.
That'd be tougher to schedule though, because like inverse work week is like, you could have a part-time job where you work weekends, and everyone else who doesn't want to work on the weekend, easy, we'll have Luke do it, right? Whereas like, I'm thinking, maybe October, November, December I'll come in this year, and then see you later for 9 months. Like that seems like a tougher conversation.
There are some places like BC. This doesn't happen enough, but I used to know a guy I played games with a long time ago, who would do landscaping in the warm months. Okay. And would do snow plowing in the cold months.
Well, I don't think you're going to do landscaping, but sure, go on.
But I think you could snow plow.
Some kind of seasonal work, though.
There are some routinely seasonal jobs.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how relevant this is with online shopping, but I remember when I was growing up, you could get a job in high school in the summer, or in the like holiday season, not the summer at all, in the holiday season at retail stores, because they, stores would just sell way more stuff, so they would hire seasonal employees.
No, there's still seasonality to retail for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. 100%. I just don't know how much.
A lot.
How many more? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely still a thing.
Yeah, that was my first entrance into Best Buy. I started as seasonal.
Ludwig the Mad.
They kept me on.
Posts ski instructors are often also river rafting instructors.
That actually honestly
makes sense. So you ski on the snow until it melts, and then you raft on the snow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean that's an interesting idea. I think there's a variety of interesting ideas. Someone said freelancing. I think for me, the problem with something like freelancing is maybe if you've like absolutely made a name for yourself, and then you can get work easily. But if you're not super active in the freelancing space, like that might not be the easiest thing to keep doing.
No.
When you're only doing it 2 days a week.
People's memories are very short, and like people expect communication.
Pushing that too.
You can't just be like radio like 5 days of radio silence in the modern era. Come on.
I mean, if you're super famous in a space, you might be able to demand the patience or whatever. But like
anyone else,
that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. I think that's tough. When a board of directors going to politics, politics. I don't know if I'm made of the right metal for that world.
No, but I think that's the problem, right? Is the kinds of people who are attracted to politics are generally not the kinds that we want involved in it.
Yeah.
So, maybe you should just do it anyway.
Yeah, I do think there is a variety of options, though. I would, at that point in time, I would see volunteering routinely and at a place that had like fixed goals and whatnot. Like it would need to be a fairly serious position of volunteering. But I could see you finding some form of nonprofit where you're contributing quite heavily in your effort.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
And you're working 2 days a week or something as the same level of applicable thing. You need something external to yourself that you could pour a lot of care into, that needs it and takes effort and has problems that are naturally created and are important and impactful to overcome.
We're
I think all
wired.
of those things are important to keep the brain juices flowing.
We're wired so hard to care about things that we
Yes.
invest our own time and our own energy in. And the more time and energy we invest in them, the more we care about them. It's like you can fight it, but it's there.
I talked about this, I think, on the last WAN show, but Emma and I have been doing this thing where at night we'll go for a walk.
Yeah.
And we walk around this really nice park. And there's chess tables at the park. And we've tied bags to the chess tables and put chess sets inside the bags. And at night we'll go by and I'll set the chess pieces back up and we'll make sure that they're all there. And if they're not there, we'll fill the chess pieces back in. One of the thought processes that got us to do this, because the park never provided the chess pieces, because obviously people are going to steal them or lose them and then they'll be gone forever, so it's impossible. But you still want to put a chess table there. But it's such a classic problem. I've genuinely seen this a bunch of times, where like play areas or parks will have chess tables, or one that I've seen too is like the chess thing where it's on the floor. It's like painted on the floor and it's huge, as if you had like people-sized chess pieces, as if anyone's ever actually really going to engage with that properly. So I was like, man,
Actually, there's one at the Fraser Heights Rec Center that is like a giant chess set that people do.
They actually have the set there?
They actually have it, and it's amazing.
Outdoors?
No. It's inside.
I've seen one outdoors, and you have to go and like request them from the office, and they give you like one of those little garbage picker-upper things. You can grab the pieces by the neck and move them around. But
that's pretty cool.
But like,
that could work. I could see that working.
Supervised, so you can't.
This place doesn't have an office,
all right.
So like it's not going to
carry on.
But anyways, we tie the chess pieces there. They're there. We go by every night just to make sure. The first couple days, there were a few minor problems. We've had some really cool moments where like we lost a bishop, for example, and we couldn't find it in the dirt or anything.
Did you ask the cardinal where he went?
So we replaced the bishop with one of the ones that we had in the bag, and we went home. And then we come back the next day and we check all the pieces, and there's an extra bishop.
Nice.
So someone found it.
Faith in humanity restored.
It's actually been fascinating. Like the very first day, some kids tried to steal the bag, and then Emma caught them because she had just put it there.
Yeah.
And gave them a little like, "Don't do that." And they were like, "Oh, it's my friends," and they're like. She's like, "No, it's not." And then, But then after that day, no one seems to have tried to steal them, and they've basically just been, probably some little kid accidentally hit them and they went flying, and there's some dirt near it, so especially the black pieces just kind of get lost in there, and whatever. But like, it's been pretty consistent, and a big part of the idea that spawned this is that it was super old. I think it's Chinese or whatever. It's you should plant trees you'll never sit in the shade of.
Yeah.
Part of the idea is that we do it at night. We're replacing the pieces when nobody's there. Nobody knows this is us.
Right.
We're just trying to make the park better. I've never actually played chess at those tables. To be honest, I basically only play chess on my phone. Whenever I play chess over the board, it feels very strange. So I'm just used to seeing it digitally. But it's like, I want to do more stuff like that. I don't know what opportunities there are for that, but I want to try to do more stuff like that because it's really cool.
I mean, never forget that what you do here is very important for that. I got this message today, which is pretty much made my day. Dear Linus, hi. I know you'll probably never read this, but I wanted to thank you for the role you've played in my career. One of the first videos I've ever watched from you was when you unboxed a quantum computer at D-Wave for holy shit. Well,
that was cool.
Last week was my first day as an intern at D-Wave. I'm currently working on multicolor annealing, their most cutting-edge qubit control technology, and I'm really excited for where this industry is going. Without you and your team, I would not have had as much passion for technology as I do now, let alone even know what a D-Wave was. Thank you so much. Like that's cool, man. I'm gonna send that to HR. I'm gonna have them print it and put it on the fridges and stuff, because I think
awesome.
that a lot of the time it's really easy for us around here to forget. Like I always say it. I'm like, our job is to go around and start little fires, and if even a handful of them burn, then we've succeeded, right? But we have so little visibility, like your chess sets. You don't see who's playing with them. You don't actually know.
Yeah, the one, just to jump in, one of the things that's really cool about doing it at night too is we always have this question of like, is anyone even playing with them?
Yeah.
Every single day, the bags are mixed up.
That's cool.
And you'd think it's like a little bit annoying because I have to reset the bags and like sort everything out. But it's actually just amazing.
Yeah.
Because every single day, I mean, it's not like, one person played with it one time. It probably got played with a bunch. And that is how they ended up getting mixed up. And it's just, I don't know, it's cool. I've been thinking I want to do like some, I'm doing pretty well for myself. I want to do some type of like budget of sorts, because I'm so happy with this chess thing we've been doing of like, a yearly or monthly thing where we try to like do something like that, where we just try to improve the community in some way, some tiny little way.
I mean, you don't...
Small stuff, genuinely small stuff.
Every day, someone is touching grass, getting some cognitive exercise, and interacting with another human being. That is... You have no idea what that might snowball into compared to what they could have been doing in that time.
And then realistically,
it's small. You talk about how small it is, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I don't think random acts of kindness are ever small.
But I think that's why I want it to be small.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I do recognize that too, but I think it's why I want it to be small, is because I want to do the stuff that I think like a large organization, like a government or a huge charity or whatever, would never think of, because it's a $15 cheapo Amazon chess set.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
There's no way you bought it on
People aren't even
Amazon.
Taking the pieces. Sorry?
There's no way you bought it on Amazon.
I think, Emma bought it. So
all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not.
You know what? It still counts. It's still making the world a little better.
I was thinking about being able to get away from that by 3D printing them or something. But I'm not sure.
Right.
I'm not stoked on that part, but it is what it is. But it's like that plus the combination of the fact that people aren't taking them.
Yeah.
Is like, this was effectively a $30 investment. And it's been like incredible, man. Like I don't know. It's been super. It's been very fulfilling. Selfishly, it has made me feel very good. So it's like,
what's
was
funny?
this worth the $30? Like, dude, absolutely.
I have met people that take that to a toxic level where like their whole like it gets to the point where the charity they do is all about being the best at charity. And that's their like whole identity. To be clear, I'm not saying you're anywhere near that. I'm just saying,
but I'm sure I can imagine the person.
Growing up in the church, you find some of those people where the whole point of it is how much more Jesus loves them than anyone else, and it's just like, oh man, dude, it's not about that, for crying out loud.
It's actually, I think, like very not about that. Yeah. It's not the point.
Anyway, hit us up, Dan.
Happy Friday, Dan, Luke, and Linus. Why does the future keep being worse than we were promised instead of better, sad face? Let's turn it around.
I blame the internet. I think to a degree, the connectivity and the communication and the interaction online has turbocharged our process, our progress. I also think that it has turbocharged our worst instincts and our ability to harm each other. I think that it has amplified everything that's great about humanity, and at the same time amplified everything that's bad. And unfortunately, cancer grows faster than healthy cells, and I think we're reaching the point where that is becoming, it's hitting like a tipping point of being extremely problematic. There, that's you asked. That's the only reason I'm talking about it.
Hello, Dune, Linus, and Lake.
Okay,
What?
apparently I'm the only one who's going to answer that. Sure, fine.
Oh, sorry. Was Luke gonna butt in?
Honestly, I was so focused on Linus's answer, I don't remember the core question at the beginning.
Why is everything garbage now? And what's
yeah.
going,
I mean, the internet was a really good answer.
I think it's because people aren't like Luke, and they're not giving people chess
my
sets.
God.
Like, no, if we had
dark
more
sides.
of that, just
I
do one.
think
Just
it's
do one thing.
We should do a new shirt. Be more like Luke.
Except,
I'll wear it.
Except
I was not fishing
99%
for
of the
that.
stuff that he does.
I still wear my Luke Nukem shirt very regularly. It's like one of my weekend shirts.
I've seen you wear it before.
Oh yeah, I ran into you at Bubble World and I was wearing it, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. But World's great. Crap, what was I going to say? Yeah, I think it's not, I mean, this is so true for so many things. It's not inherently the internet. It's what the internet has kind of become. I remember my first foray onto the internet, it was so much goodness. There was pretty much always bad stuff on the internet, but there was so much goodness. And now with like the mass commercialization, with the amount of insane amounts of money being poured into trying to control your brain as much as they possibly can, with infinite scrolling and physical addiction to hand movement and maximizing humanity's constant draw towards anger and hatred, and how that has killed a lot of journalism, to be completely honest, and how we talked earlier in the show about how even what remains of good information on the internet is rotting away because of AI-generated articles and stuff.
The erosion of trust in experts, which has been a fascinating one for me to watch. Like totally. I believe my dentist when she tells me about something about teeth, and that's like not to be taken for granted anymore. I believe my doctor when she tells me about a vaccine or about a treatment, and it's like, that doesn't mean that she's perfect or whatever, or that she'll always get it right. But like in general, I'm asking her, not a podcaster, and that's not to be taken for granted anymore. And it's been wild for me to watch that in my lifetime. Jay Schmid says, I miss good news, WAN. Okay. We'll bring it back a little more good news next week. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. There was some bad parts earlier in the show, but this was a question, which,
not much we can do about that.
We're doing what we can. But yeah, I think I'll still say the internet, but I'll say what the internet became, not necessarily how it started.
Okay. Hello, Dune, Linus, and Lake. What if your whole game was your NFT that you could buy and resell on a marketplace, like an online GameStop? Would this help the ownership problem that we are facing?
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish, but why does it have to be an NFT?
Yeah, what?
Oh, no. I understand what they're saying. Basically, they're asking for a transferable digital license. It doesn't have to be an NFT, and there's no way that, the Microsofts and Sonys of the world would allow it to be managed off, their own authentication chain, so to speak. But no, I mean, if a digital asset was transferable,
game license.
Yeah, sure. If a digital asset was tracked and transferable in a central location versus a decentralized or whatever, I don't think that matters. And yeah, it would totally help the ownership problem we're facing, but it also sort of wouldn't, because you still wouldn't own the zeros and the ones that would still be inactive without a central authentication server, at least in the current sort of way of things working. So I sort of kind of talked around it, but yes, but also no, but also yes, kind of, but also no, not really. If that makes sense.
Last one I've got for you today. Hello, Linus, Luke, and Dan. Love the DMS home theater video. This one is mostly for Luke. When is a non-essential tool or tech purchase worth it just because it makes life easier?
Oh, makes life easier. if you can afford it often.
Yeah, I think they
like,
kind of answered their own question.
Yeah, if it genuinely makes life easier, yeah, sick. I mean, I've done a bunch of that. I mean, a guilty purchase that I have, would I say that I have an 8 sleep? I don't recommend an 8 sleep because of a variety of things we've talked about on WAN show very extensively, so I'm not going to go over everything again. But it makes my life easier. When it's not set up, I am sad, and I don't sleep as well. And when it is set up, I am happier and I sleep better. That thing was expensive as hell.
Yeah, and deeply problematic.
And very deeply problematic. I don't think I'd buy another one. I would search for alternatives immediately, though, because it's like they're pretty sick. I don't know. Making life easier is a pretty strong reason to buy something, to be honest. You made it sound like it's like so minor. That's huge.
Why you should buy something.
That's like what it's all about, man.
Oh, yeah.
You just got to make sure you can afford those things.
Like if you ask Luke, like, when can I justify a plastic doodad? He'll be like, never. Put away your wallet, brother. But when can I justify something that makes my life easier? It's like, you're not going to get a lot of pushback around here.
$20,000, $40,000, you're worth it, sister.
I'm even like, again, people call me cheap, man, but like if you can buy, like, there's some expensive things where like if it's I don't know, like my grandpa used to talk about boots all the time.
Yeah, boots theory is pretty traditional.
Where he's like, buy a good pair of shoes. Buy a really good pair of shoes because, not only should they be comfortable, but you also want them to last for a long time and yada, yada, yada. It goes into all these different things. Like, have a good pair of shoes. Don't cheap out on your shoes. Buy, like, expensive, but he doesn't mean expensive, go buy Louis Vuitton thingies with the red bottoms or whatever. He means like buy a good quality, well-constructed pair of boots or shoes.
What's really funny is I leaned really heavily on, what is it, Sam Vimes? Yeah, I leaned really heavily on that for the launch video for our socks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about how like being able to afford better socks up front was saving me overall on socks back when the champion ones that I used to get at Costco became shit-fied.
People are calling me out because I have ratty shoes. I do have ratty shoes, but those are the most comfortable shoes I've ever had.
That's a whole thing with him, this guy.
You can't rebuy them.
Yeah. He would buy 10 of them today if he could. It's not a question of whether he'd spend the money.
I was quite genuinely on eBay last week trying to find more of them.
Yep.
Because they're not new. You can't buy them. I have a newer pair of shoes. I do wear them. I find them very annoying in a variety of ways. And I often go back to my older ones because they are significantly more comfortable.
So really what it comes down to is Luke wouldn't mind buying things, but nobody builds anything that lives up to his standards.
Yes. I'm just too discerning.
He'd rather own nothing and be happy than buy something inadequate, something lesser.
I think that's
to be completely honest, that is often kind of true.
I know.
Do not lower your standards.
Dude, I was like 8% joking. Like
not negative. Yeah.
It's like a little bit joking, but it's not that much. That is pretty real. I'm pretty happy buying like a quality Craftsman, whatever, nice thing that I can keep basically forever. If I have to buy something that's junk, I'd really rather not. I'd really rather like, okay, can I like rent this thing or borrow this thing? Or
always. Go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
Yeah. The other nice thing is generally the more expensive or high quality something is, the more repairable it becomes.
Yep.
They're easier to service. There's more parts available.
Not a rule that always works.
Never,
but it is a rule that sometimes works.
Never a rule. Like washing machines, you get industrial stuff. We were talking about this. You were looking for a fridge or something like that. I was like, there's a repairable fridge that will last for 400 years. It's probably $40,000.
Yeah.
They exist. You just probably can't afford them.
Yeah, I found this. Our washer and dryer was having issues, and it's fine right now. So I'm no longer in the market. But I was trying to find like, okay, what's a very reputable, high quality, repairable washer and dryer? Nope, they do exist.
Oh yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
how much you want to spend though?
It's a lot of money.
And I'll tell you, working on them
It's a lot of money.
a dream. They're like
Yeah,
designed. You undo 2 screws and then you pull the thing out and all the circuit boards like fold down and lock and all the wires are long enough so you can get to the whole thing. And the company support is amazing and they'll just
Tons of
airship
people
you.
in chat.
Speed Queen. Okay,
Yep.
I'm looking this up.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dan, I was listening. I just
No,
got excited. Sorry.
totally. I'm just rambling.
Built better to last longer.
They do
Yep.
exist.
I didn't even say the name of the brand, and like 4 people got it in a row, and no one said any other brand.
Okay.
But okay,
No
scroll all the way down.
prices.
no
scroll all the way down.
prices.
Because I'm in a condo, I need vertical stacking units. So scroll all the way down.
Okay, all the way down. Stacked
That's these
washer
ones.
dryers. Okay. So, I mean, okay, so these are dogs for scale, but then also sometimes a cat. Oh, these are just
a
different
cat.
colors anyway.
Let's do
So
an
let's go
SF7,
electric.
yeah.
Electric
No,
dryer.
I think. Yeah.
Okay. Only 4 stars. I guess depends on what people are expecting from. Is this
Yeah.
is this US dollars?
Probably.
That's actually less than I was
That's less than
expecting.
I thought.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, is this a
Like,
Like
double?
that's this is still about double what you would pay for like a regular one.
I don't know.
Double
mine,
to triple.
Mine was made in 1970, so it's going to outlast me.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't have anything electronic in it.
I also don't know 100% like is the stacked versions of as high regard as the individual units or whatever.
Never get a
but,
front
like,
loader ever.
Yeah, and this is a front loader.
Wait, these top loads are not even like that bad. Here's their top load washer. It's like $1,600.
It's American. I don't think they sell them in Canada. You'd have to import it, so you're paying duties and everything else on top of it. I'm fairly certain they're not in Canada. They might be, but I don't think so.
You must allow functional cookies. Okay. Functional cookies. Confirm my choice.
No, you aren't looking at the good one. What's the good one then?
Okay, what's the good one? Well, why do even these guys have a bad one?
Yeah,
That's the
not- I don't like
TR7.
that.
That's the that was the one on the far left.
I don't 100% know if I,
Like higher number, more better, right?
I mean, I think so.
Am I missing something here? Okay, TR3. No, that's like the same price.
Yeah, Ross, I think people just import them.
Surf and Sam asks, hey Dan, why never get a front loader? Just because they leak, right?
And if there's a problem and it's full of water and the drain is broken, where the pump goes very traditionally on a washer, now it's full of water. What do? You
I see.
can't get a bucket in there or a wet dry vac and suck it all out. It's not a good idea.
Got it.
Not a good idea. There's a brand that we used to work with a bunch. They're called Splendide. They're very expensive. They were like compact spaces, so it's a washer dryer combo, but it doesn't have an exhaust hose. So you can put it like in a cupboard because it recondenses the like dryer
What?
exhaust, and so you can fit them in like a space that's the size of it. It's
This is like
amazing.
for boats or something, right?
Yeah, but I mean they're in like the domestic places too, but they're like really high end.
That's crazy.
Splendide, Spleendide. Splendide.
Splendid laundry centers. Designed to fit where others won't. I don't know what accent that's supposed to be. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean they are
That was
European.
great.
Okay. It's probably not how I would do it, but sure. Our collection. Premium detergent. Vented combo. Compact washer. Okay. All right. Most reliable. Okay. Whoops. That was a mistake. All right.
Anyways, we can probably stop talking about washers and dryers now.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I think
hyperfocus.
we can stop talking
No,
about
no.
everything. We'll see you again next week, guys. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye. So sudden.
Conversation over.
This was a nice visit. Get the fuck out of my house.
Start saying that to my guests.
Yeah.
All right, everybody watching.